read somewhere that King Sunny Ade had stated that he heard a piece of music and knew immediately that it was my sound. And that comment blew me away because to me the greatest flattery that anyone could say was that I have a unique sound, and that's what I'm working for. That's my goal, is to come up with something that's different and my own.
Hello, can we please move forward for picture purpose? Let's occupy the seats here first. In the front row. Yes. Please, let's move forward so that we can occupy the seats here. Yes. Let the latecomers take the back seats. Yeah, let's move forward. Let's occupy the seats by the rows. Okay, they can choose. Thank you. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. All right, let's settle down. On behalf of the Two Scale and IAMN team, I want to welcome us to the inclusive agricultural event going to the 2023 at My name is Victor. I believe a lot of friends I work as the registrar of the Institute of Agribusiness Management, where I also coordinate the PhD Agribusiness program at University of Ibadan. So you can speak for me higher for the purpose of this event. I want to once again welcome all of us to this very auspicious occasion. The first item on the agenda is basically to do an introduction of participants. So basically we want to know you, we want to know your organization, and the facilitation also. So can I get one extra mic? Okay, good. Can I get a volunteer? It's not working. Otherwise, I can move around. So basically, just tell us your name, your organization, and maybe what you do in agribusiness, or what you do in inclusive agribusiness. Just a very short insight.
Hello, good morning, everyone. You see, one of the challenges of sitting in the front seat is first. So my name is Mercy Malaki, and I'm the country director for.
Good morning. My name is Chief Abaji Chinedu, the National Director of Administration, All Farmers Association of Nigeria. We've been there for years, and one of my friends, the guys standing there, once told me what are you doing now, that the event is not happening. I told him if your son has a smelling mouth, you will not allow him to talk secret things in the public without bringing it mouth to your ear and tell you what's up. But today, I can assure you that our fans have been there to create strategic partnership that will help our smallholder farmers to move forward and to do best global agricultural practice. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Yaja Joseph. The name of my company is Zikapa Agri Industries. I work with, alongside smallholder farmers along the Ginjaba chain. We have what we call from firm to firm, where we try to train smallholder farmers to become agribusiness experts. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Can you just tell us a little bit you do in inclusive agribusiness? Or you understand inclusive agribusiness at all?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nanasa Sebiwat. I am the Maxwell of South Sudan. Yes, I lead the fiscal inclusive agribusiness in South Sudan. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatoumata Koulibaly. I'm a Malian from Mali, but I'm actually based in Côte d'Ivoire, Abidjan. So I'm the country team leader for the two-skill program in Côte d'Ivoire.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marina Ngoma. I'm the two-skill program director. I'm based in Ghana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olisa Maxwell. I work for the two-skill program as the country team leader for Nigeria and also Egypt. I also lead the innovation thematic component of the program across 10 countries. I am representing the host of this event.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aziz Shoma. I'm the Deputy Program Director of TUSCA based in Ethiopia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Takani Yayam, and I'm also from Ethiopia, the country leader for TUSCA Ethiopia.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adela Fonsi from Kenya, in the finance department for TUSCA.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alaji Bari. I am the country team lead for TUSCA in Mali. I am based in Bamako. Thank you.
Good morning. Patrick Koro from Kenya. I'm the country team leader of TUSCA.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mohamed Zailani. I also work with TUSCA. But essentially, for what we're doing, or what I'm doing in TUSCA agribusiness. Currently, we're working with two multinationals, Nestle Nigeria PLC and Campina. So what we do is try to bring together, regional access together to support the ambition of the company. And what we intend to do is try to make sure that the value chain is well connected and present Campina and Nestle to achieve the ambition of inclusiveness. Because, I mean, if you know, they produce milk and they process. So what we do is try to make sure that we create that good link, include all the students who are supposed to be in that value chain should be in there. That's what we do. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mayo Ekundai. I am BSS coordinator for the Vegetable Syndicate under the two-skill project. I'm a founder of the Raise a Farmer Initiative, and yes, that's it.
Inclusive agribusiness now, so what are you doing?
So we work with smallholder farmers to close the knowledge gap and also market approach gap. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ezra Maberi. I'm the vegetable farmer and trainer. I train farmers and I also link farmers with skilled and unskilled workers for their production activities. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Kennedy. I work with Cattle Food as a co-founder of Cattle Food and the CEO. Cattle Food is a food processing company that's addressing malnutrition using the biofortified stick crops. Our process this product to different products for all age group, but especially for the babies. And we also work with smallholder farmers to empower them with imports and security market linkage for them. Thank you. Thank you.
So sorry, how are you including inclusivity into your business models?
Okay, so what is very important to us, the cattle food is everybody is important,
especially women and also people
people
at
are
the
doing
risk,
right.
women, youth,
youth,
and also
also
people
doing
doing
it right.
Good
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Madeno.
I I work as the group head, business development with BO Investment and Trust Company. And I am a student of Leeds City University. Yes, I'm a student, I'm a postgraduate student at Leeds City University. And I'm trying to do a research on inclusive business models using TwoScale as my case study. Thank you. For my case.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Onome Yvonne Isimone. Actually, I'm representing the Chief of Party for the Future of Nigeria Agribusiness Investment Activity. So, in a nutshell, we work to strengthen the enabling environment for finance and investment across 4 value chains and across 7 states of Nigeria. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ogwike Oguchukwu. I'm the COO for Arziki Noma. We work with smallholder farmers, and we worked with over 100,000 smallholders farmers so far, providing access to finance, financial history, trainings, and at the end of the day, access to market. Yep. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salome Ibrahim. I work with Arziki Noma as the head corporate partnership and talent management. So he has already said what we do. So
thank you. Okay, so Joe Wamba, the director of Arziki Noma. So he just made sure.
Thank you so much. Okay, just finish this show, then we come back.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Owodele. I'm the CEO of JMSF Agribusiness Nigeria. I'm also the executive chairman, Greenport Project Nigeria. In both cases, we've done a lot of work with smallholder farmers and continue to do so. I'm looking forward to what this program is all about. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Desmond Suti. I'm a budget and finance specialist for the TwoScale program, West Africa. I'm based in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Desmond. All right, so we start from the rear. Okay. Ladies, can we meet you?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm a reporter for Captain TV.
Thank you, Zainab.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Consilia Ebuze from Captain TV Report.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Arowolo. I'm the group CEO for Basilia Group. And yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agarite Faye. I'm from Welcome to Africa International. We are an organization that works to support investors and agribusinesses, connecting investors to opportunities, while agribusinesses to financial opportunity and then trade.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ikechukwu Chiaka. I'm the component lead for Inclusive Finance, IFDC Horti Nigeria. At Horti, we work to facilitate the development of the horticulture sector in Nigeria. We are looking at an inclusive and sustainable development. So inclusive, we are considering 50% youth and 40% women. We also work with MSMEs and smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if you just pass the mic like that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, all. My name is Makama Danjuma. I'm the agribusiness coordinator for Horti Nigeria, funded by the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, a sister project to TwoScale, a staff of IFDC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zakaria Dauke Suleiman, the CEO of Chatkrum Integrated Services Limited. We are into ginger farming and exportation. Thank you.
And are you also adopting inclusivity?
Yes.
How?
We're already getting our local farmers together, trying to make sure that they have facilities to enhance their production. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Good morning, all. My name is Joshua Zura from Sterling Bank, and we finance the entire agricultural value chain. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alhaji Bature Abdullahi. I'm a farmer, as you see me here. In fact, chairman, Sorghum Partnership Cluster at Funtua, Kaduna State, Nigeria. We work with the smallholder farmers to produce variety of produce such as white sorghum, yellow sorghum, maize, and we sell to our business partners like Nestle in Nigeria. That is the partnership. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdurrashid Ibrahim. I'm actually here to have a knowledge of the agribusiness.
So I have knowledge of agribusiness.
Yes.
Okay, that's nice.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Stephen Awani, and I'm a fellow of the Institute of Agribusiness Management in Nigeria. I'm part of the team that is driving this Inclusive Agribusiness Club, and I'm looking forward to driving it and also ensuring that the objective is achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, no.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Professor Ruth Gibola Jobiwe, a farmer from the Southwest Vegetable Cluster. My leaders are here. Practically, I farmed tomato in the open field before true scale came around, which was still dry, we were gates. And on my farm too, I plant pepper and tomato, and I farm cassava. I process my cassava to a local mill indigenous to Ondo State that is called Popolo for exports, and a number of the exporters cluster in Ondo State. And I intend processing my pepper into what is called Chile pepper for export too. I'm privileged to be here. Thanks to Tuske that invited me. And looking at what is happening, being a member of a cluster, I'm bottled, like Emmanuel said, come and ask all your questions here. He's smiling. So I'm bottled up to ask you so many things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adeni Sholabomi from Go Green Africa Initiative. So we're into agribusiness development and youth and women inclusion, and we promote emerging crops across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Adeni. I think I have a new guest. Yeah, just introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is John Abraham Godson. I'm the CEO of Pilgrim Ranch, Nigeria. If you've heard about Boa and Kalahari red goats, I'm the person behind those goats. I lived in Poland for 25 years. I was a senator there, the first black senator in Poland. Came back to Nigeria to invest and to help in nation building. I'm also a fellow of IAMN and also an MBA student trying to conclude my studies. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I'm a father and a grandfather of 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dr. John Abraham Godson. Thank you, everyone. I am just going to do a very short introductory remark for the Institute of Agribusiness Management Nigeria, IAMN. IAMN is Nigeria's premier agribusiness professional body for agricultural practitioners involved in value chain activities. And we have chapter operations across the length and breadth of Nigeria, basically to enhance capacity of agribusiness practitioners. We all know agribusiness is quite emerging as a professional field, and IAMN has been right in the middle of providing capacity to bridge the knowledge gap in the agribusiness industry. And we have our fellows and members of the institute spread across the length and breadth of Nigeria, leading various agricultural institutions and driving productivity and sustainable development across different value chains in Nigeria. And we are the major partner for TwoScale on the Inclusive Agribusiness Club, basically to drive the message of inclusive agribusiness model right there to the farmers and to the major actors that need to adopt this model to improve their practices. So I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of the leadership of the Institute. And we also have a few of our members that are here, about 10 of them already here in the hall. And we are also going to be going down to drive this message of inclusive agribusiness model to everyone that needs to understand it and to also adopt it as a business model going forward in their various practices. So we are so pleased to be here today and so pleased to be able to do this with TwoScale. And we look forward to some fantastic results as a result of this collaboration. Thank you very much. I'm also going to invite the TwoScale Program Director, Marina Diboma, to just make a very short remark.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, good morning. I am standing here this morning on behalf of the TwoScale Supervisory Board, which is composed of IFDC, the International Fertilizer Development Center, SNV, a Dutch development organization, and the BOP Innovation Center, represented here also this morning by Mercy. The TwoScale program is a Dutch-funded program funded by the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, by the Directorate General of International Cooperation, and specifically by the Department for Inclusive Green Growth. We are talking today about inclusive agribusiness, and TwoScale is all about that. It's designed to incubate and accelerate inclusive agribusiness development in Africa. And we work together with companies, African, Dutch, and other small and medium-sized enterprises, including producers' organizations, to develop business models and partnership models that promote inclusiveness, develop competitive edge, and have potential for scaling. These partnerships also referred to as public-private partnerships, which are the core of the implementation modality to achieve the objective of the program. Why we say, or we always describe TwoScale as very different than the conventional agribusiness focused program, is because TwoScale program is not there to create dependency. The way we work, if we get 50 million euros from the Dutch government, we leverage up to 2 to 3 euros for each euro that we get from the Dutch government. It means all the partners we work with are also co-funding the activities. The reason why is that we are there to strengthen, to empower the actors we work with, and at the end, we aim to build resilience, leave them with best practice that they're able to implement and continue the good work and keep growing. Specifically, we support different types of partnership in targeted agri-food industries to improve food and nutrition security, both at grassroots level and at consumer end of the value chain, by serving local and regional markets, including base of the pyramid markets, with nutritious food products. We improve also the terms of inclusion of smallholders, farmers, and other micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in the value chains. We attract and employ the youth. We engage and empower women. To strengthen these PPPs, TwoScale also collaborate with companies and organizations that provide a specific expertise to support these targeted agri-food value chains or act as a major off-taker in the chain. In Nigeria specifically, we have been active since 2012, and TwoScale has supported over 25 companies to drive and include inclusion in the agribusiness practices. In the first and second phase of the program, with the first being our proof of concept, The program supported and carried out its implementation with agribusiness champions in over 20 states in 4 food sectors. Staple sectors with Sultry International in Oyo State, Miva Rice Company in Benue State. Cassava with Sultry International is the one of the largest cassava processors in Nigeria. And to scale supported this female-led company to integrate over 10,000 smallholders farmers in the supply chain. The company has now transitioned from processing cassava starch and high-quality flour to recently becoming among the first companies in West Africa processing sorbitol from cassava. Dairy and animal protein sector, we have supported Friesland Campina Vamco, I'm sure you're all familiar with, one of the largest dairy company in Nigeria, to include 10,000 smallholders, Fulani, milk pastoralists in their inclusive agribusiness idea. And this business idea was developed to improve local sourcing of milk, at the same to develop dairy business practice in Nigeria. And we are currently replicating this business idea with Nestle Nigeria. In the horticulture, to scale has worked with Dutch seeds companies such as East West Seeds and other local companies like Ace Foods into spices production, Taste Foods, and some farmers cooperative promoting the production of white onion powder and Royal Blue contractors and VDS. With these partners, the program has been able to reach more than 20,000 smallholders farmers into their supply chains. In the oil seed sector, To Scale is working with Okumu Oil Company in oil palm sector, Ladi and Lawani Food in the groundnut sector, and Kwara Youth in soybean sector to connect farmers to market and to build inclusive business. So with all these interventions, there's been a lot of learnings and insight harvested. Many resources and best practices on how to drive inclusive agribusiness were developed. As a program, partnering is essential, as an essential component for our success. We know that transdisciplinary research contributes to documenting and learning from the unfolding processes in which business partners work to ensure contribution to developmental outcomes. To this end, the Institute of Agribusiness Management in Nigeria, in collaboration with the Two Scale program, is forming an inclusive agribusiness club, a network of agribusiness stakeholders with the objective of sharing and managing insights and practices geared towards fostering a more inclusive agribusiness awareness and practice in Nigeria. The Two Scale program sees the opportunity for expanding the use of the Two Scale approach and other similar program materials, resources, insights, practices, experiences on inclusive agribusiness developed over time into powerful learning tools in the agribusiness and educational sectors in target countries. Starting from this year, as part of our knowledge management and sharing objective, the program is linking with African universities and other specialized learning centers to disseminate lessons and key insights. And the main target audience are everyone seated in this room today. The agribusiness champions in the private sector, public stakeholders, learning centers, young professionals, students, extension workers, farmers, and any other development workers that express the willingness to share and use the market-led approaches in inclusive agribusiness and the food system. This is the first, but not the last, hopefully, inclusive business club we are organizing in the 10 focus countries of Two Scale. So Nigeria in this case is leading. And we hope to use this opportunity and platform to learn and share lessons learned and ideas to make agribusiness in Nigeria more inclusive. Thank you very much for your attention.
Round of applause for Marina. Thank you so much. All right.
right, so I think we can go straight to our first presentation for today. The theme of the presentation is Inclusive Agribusiness, a pathway to sustainable and equitable agricultural development. I'm just going to do a few remarks on that. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished members of the agricultural community, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome us all to this thought-provoking seminar on inclusive agribusiness, a pathway to sustainable and equitable agricultural development. Today, we gather here to explore an increasingly vital aspect of our agricultural landscape, one that holds the potential to transform the way we approach farming, food production, and rural livelihoods. In a world grappling with the challenges of population growth, climate change, and food security, it is imperative that we seek innovative solutions that not only ensure sustainable agricultural practices, but also foster inclusivity and equity among all stakeholders. The concept of inclusive agribusiness emerges as a beacon of hope, offering us a viable pathway to achieve these goals. And as we delve into this first seminar for today, we will delve into the multifaceted approach and dimensions of inclusive agribusiness, an approach that recognizes the diverse roles and contributions of farmers, agri-entrepreneurs, consumers, policymakers, and the wider community. By embracing inclusivity, we aspire to empower marginalized farmers, women, youth, and smallholders, bridging the gaps that have historically hindered their access to resources, markets, and decision-making processes. Today, we have a distinguished speaker that will be speaking to this paper, who is, of course, a renowned expert in the field, two-scale program manager for Nigeria, who will guide us through the intricacies of inclusive agribusiness, sharing deep insights and practical experiences. We will explore how this approach can revolutionize our agricultural value chains, enhancing productivity, promoting sustainable practices, and ultimately creating a fair and prosperous ecosystem for everyone. And hopefully through this seminar, it will be able to encourage us and engage us in lively discussions, share experiences, and forge connections that can inspire collaborative action. And hopefully by the end of this presentation today, we hope to have not only expanded our understanding of inclusive agribusiness, but also ignite a collective drive towards building a more sustainable and equitable future for agriculture in Nigeria. And without further ado, gentlemen and ladies, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Program Two-Scale, the Two-Scale Program Director for Nigeria, whose expertise and passion for inclusive agribusiness are sure to enlighten and inspire us. And today, our speaker is Maxwell Olisa, the country team leader for Two-Scale in Nigeria and Egypt. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Soil Science from University of Benin, a master's degree in agribusiness management from Rome Business School, and he is a specialist in food and market system and value chain development as well. He is also a member of the International Union of Soil Science. Gentlemen and ladies, I present Maxwell Olisa, our speaker for the first presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, you're all welcome. My name is Olisa Maxwell, and I am the country team leader, not the country director, to start with. And secondly, you may be wondering why we had to move the podium from there to here. Who has the answer to that? Actually, it's not about just seeing the Agribusiness Club. This is a collaboration. When the first two presenters were presenting the introduction of this Inclusive Agribusiness Club, what you could only see in the background is TUSCALE. We are very sensitive about partnership and about collaboration. So we want to see that video showing the Institute of Agribusiness Management and also TUSCALE, the collaboration from the start. That was why we moved the podium. Thank you. So my presentation on inclusive agribusiness, a pathway to sustainability. This presentation, I only have about 40 minutes and is by no means enough time to talk about what we do as a program in driving inclusive agribusiness. But I'm going to present an overview and attempt to dive a bit deep to discuss what we do and what we term inclusive agribusiness as a program. There are several models for this, but this is the TUSCALE model, and we have been successful the last 10 years across more than 10 African countries. So I'll bring us down to Nigeria, and we are going to see in Nigeria what we have done, how we have done this, and what we have achieved. Building inclusive and sustainable agribusinesses. My first question this morning, because I want this session to be very engaging, it's not just about me talking. What is the percentage of smallholder farmers in Nigeria? Can anyone give me the answer? Question. More than 90%. Okay, it's more than 90%. How long have we had these statistics? Forever. So this percentage has not changed, right? For like 20, 30, 40 years. It has always been 80 to 90%. Every literature you think about agricultural development in Nigeria, 80 to 90%. Correct? Okay. The next question is, does it mean that all what we've been doing as stakeholders in the agricultural space has not yielded any fruit? We've not been able to transition these smallholder farmers to medium-sized farmers or to large farmers. Is that the case? No, it's not true. We don't have the right statistics.
Okay. So I think part of the basic challenge is so when some of these interventions started, we had the average field size of smallholder farmer at 0.5. As at today, we have the average field size of smallholder farmer at around 1.5 to 2 hectares. And based on definition, a smallholder farmer is someone who cultivates less than 7 to 10 hectares. All right. So it's not like we've not moved. We moved. We're not where we were yesterday, and probably we're not where we want to be. So I think the definition of smallholder farmer is what's still containing us till now.
Thank you very much for that. We are going to validate your land size statistics. So the point I want to make is this. Everything about agriculture or sub-Saharan Africa, even in Nigeria, starts with the grassroots process. It starts with the farmers, right? And when you look at it, agriculture has always been termed a rural activity in sub-Saharan Africa, even in Nigeria. But majority of the wealth created in agriculture, is it found in rural areas? Does it mean that the rural areas is synonymous to poverty?
Yes.
Okay. And also rural areas you find the highest level of malnutrition. Because farmers produce, and in most cases, the first best quality and they eat the second class or the third class quality of what they produce. That's the case, right? Okay. Then also in rural areas we find that food insecurity, like I just mentioned, high transaction costs in terms of doing business, buying business and individual farmers against buying in bulk as a group of cooperatives and trying to have many programs that they're trying to push for. And last but not least, we have asymmetry in the revenue distribution that comes into agricultural value chains. These three factors are some of the key factors that have limited smallholder farmers growing from smallholder farmers and becoming maybe middle farmers or large-scale farmers. But when you look at it, with these conditions and the consistent pressure these conditions are putting in our agricultural system, are we going to say that we are going to transition our smallholder farmers anytime soon? What can we do to transform these situations we are seeing? There are so many programs out there. And in order to make food system resilient, it means that we have to focus at the grassroots as a start. We need strong and vibrant grassroots actors to begin to champion agricultural development if we are going to see the impact of macroeconomic policies in our economy or in the agri-food system. For example, what I'm trying to say is, the last 10 years, we've been talking about, before the last 10 years, we're talking about value chain development. After that, we're talking about market systems. Now it's a combination of market systems and food systems, right? So, market systems, food systems, macroeconomic policy in terms of policy regulating importation, policy advocating for subsidies, and the like. If they are going to be successful, it means that we need strong grassroots network, strong farmers who are well informed, who have the voice, in order to tie these policies to the next level. Otherwise, we come back again every time developing policies that will not be sustainable. Let me paint a very clear example here in Nigeria. Before the current administration in this country, we've had several agricultural subsidies. The last one being the GES, Growth Enhancement Support Scheme. For those of us who know this thing very well, the subsidy was almost about 50% for inputs, right, to farmers. That program lasted for about 3 years until this administration came into power. It's all about input, access to quality input, and one of the major input we have problems with is fertilizers and seeds. Then the turning point for access to quality fertilizer and access to fertilizer in terms of quantity in this country is when we had the presidential fertilizer initiative. And the result of that is very, very clear for everyone to see. The volume of fertilizer in the country increased. We had, at that time when this government came into power, we had less than 10 blending plants, fertilizer blending plants. So in the last 8 years, we have more than 50. You can confirm these figures. More than 50. Why were they successful? Because we were using grassroots actors, local companies. We were using agro-dealers who were already in the business, servicing agro-business clusters, working with new entrants in the market like Apex, Tribe, Agrikinoma, and the likes, who are focusing on providing quality inputs to smallholder farmers. So it means Apex and companies similar to Apex have been able to build a robust grassroots network that are able to drive and create a market for good fertilizers that are being produced today, even though they are still not economically of the country. So in general, we need to build the microeconomic aspect first, connecting to grassroots actors, before we will have a sustainable connection to macroeconomic policies to drive agribusiness in Nigeria. We need a competitive and coordinated grassroots network in order to make agribusiness inclusive and to make it sustainable. What do I mean here is, if you look at the issues around coordination, we're talking about if we leave sub-Saharan Africa and we come to Nigeria. Agriculture, development, is directly connected to economic development. That's the case for most countries. As agriculture develops, the economy of that country is also developing. So to sustain this, there needs to be a systematic and gradual employment of rural and urban communities. Because if we don't have these rural and urban communities where every developmental program starts from, if the government creates any program or don't create a program, first thing they want to see is the low income and the self-empowered communities, how do they benefit from these programs? Is that not the case? So if we want to have this happen, then there should be a systematic change and gradual empowerment of the rural communities and connecting them to the urban communities. We know that there are several factors that are limiting agribusiness growth in sub-Saharan Africa. And these factors can include one, insecurity. In Nigeria, we know the impact of insecurity in the country. Government policies. The first quarter of this year, we saw prices of food commodities jump by more than 50%. Why? Because of the policy on the naira. Is that not the case? Then we also see the impact of the pandemic. COVID-19 taught us a lot of lessons in terms of food security. And last but not least, we also are experiencing the influence of importation of agricultural systems that are more stronger, more robust than ours, Sub-Saharan Africa or Nigeria, impacting our own agricultural systems here. For example, the issue of maize importation in Nigeria the last 2 years, when the CBN wanted to improve the production of maize in the country, what did they do? There was a restriction in maize imports. And those countries can produce 10,000 miles from here and can still sell these commodities to the country and still make profit, competing with what is produced locally. The same thing with the rice value chain in Africa. 10-15 years ago, we're importing rice. We're importing rice at least not processed rice now, but with the establishment of those policies, rice mills in their thousands in the agri space. So these are factors that can positively or negatively impact a sustainable agribusiness. So building from the ground up is what we are advocating for. Starting with the smallholder farmers and their local network. We're looking at smallholder farmers in their producer organization or their apex producer organization, connecting to aggregators, financial service providers, processors, and even the consumers in the end. So to have a robust and inclusive agribusiness, again, the point is start from the grassroots. Is agribusiness always inclusive? Is agribusiness always inclusive? No. Sometimes when we talk to players in the agribusiness space and we're talking to them about how do they reach smallholder farmers, I say, of course, I go to their farm and I buy from them. Right? They buy from them. When you're talking to them, they say, yes, inclusive, but I buy from them directly. You just go to the farm and they buy from them. There's some practice several years ago, I'm not sure if it's still in existence in northwestern Nigeria. A farmer that can attest to this. Farmers would grow their maize, and even before they harvest the crops from the maize, buyers will come and just leave the land and pay for it. Is that an inclusive practice? No. What if this buyer will tell you, I am buying from smallholder farmers, so I'm providing the market, so I'm inclusive, right? We've also had cases where companies who have business models that provide inclusive finance, so to speak, to smallholder farmers. They create this bundle, they give this bundle to smallholder farmers and tell the farmers the entire bundle, including fertilizer, seed, and agrochemicals, and even capacity building is about let's say 100,000 naira. Then they tell the farmers, okay, at harvest, you are going to repay all that with 10 bags of maize, for instance. But when you meet the farmers and you ask them, the 10 bags of maize versus the service, the 100,000 service provided to you, what is the principal there and what is the interest? What are you paying for? The farmers don't know. They can't explain this, they can't calculate this, they don't even know the percentage that company is any. All they know is, today I need fertilizer, you have provided fertilizer to me. I will not use my money to buy fertilizer today. But they have no idea that in some of those schemes, farmers are charged between 35 to 40% when you look at it. For 6 months. Is this inclusive? No. When we talk about inclusive agriculture, what we are looking at is this difference. Agribusiness refers to various businesses involved in fiber production, supply of agri-chemicals, manufacturing processing, and even marketing of the final product. That is the definition of agribusiness. It was first defined in 1957 by two Harvard professors. But in contrast, or going a step further, inclusive agribusiness is a deliberate shaping about deliberately shaping core business processes and values to address the needs of low-income disempowered parties, such as smallholder farmers, labor service providers, transporters in that particular value chain, and at the same time providing value for all of them and even the company that is in that particular value chain. This is the difference between agribusiness and inclusive agribusiness. You can have a business in the agri sector space that is thriving. You can find a funding for smallholder farmers. You can be providing finance to them. You can also be providing training to them. Sometimes you provide this training and you come to the training environment to see 100% men. You come to the training environment to see of the 100% men, all of them are adults. Are the youths not in agribusiness, are they not in farming? Are women not involved? Are other vulnerable groups not involved in agribusiness? Now that deliberate shaping, how do you bring all these actors together? In your value chain as a businessman, to provide value for everybody, create shared value. We've seen value chains where, as a company, you have access to premium markets. Premium markets, the likes of Nigerian breweries, the likes of Nestle, the likes of President Campaigner, and you're expected to work with smallholder farmers. Yes, you're working with smallholder farmers. This premium market, they pay you premium for the raw material supply to them. But that premium stops at your factory, stops at your bank account. You don't go down to the farmers who supply you quality grains and give them value for their effort. That deliberate shaping is a lot of things. The difference between agribusiness and inclusive agribusiness. You have to have a lens for the low-income disempowered people in your value chain. It goes just beyond buying from them. It goes beyond giving them input. It goes beyond providing training. They are providing training to who? Who is in that hall? Are women there? Most times, I remember when I joined school in 2016, we went to a community training, and when we came back with pictures, the men were sitting on the left, the women were sitting on the right, and even on the right, the women were sitting at the back. So my supervisor called me all the way from my car and I said, what is wrong with this picture? I couldn't see it at that time. I couldn't see it. I was just new into slave. And I told him nothing, the men are there, the women are there. And we started the conversation. He told me Do you think after that training, the women learn anything from you in terms of their place in the value chain? The effort they put in value chain. Because in most value chains, when you go, they'll tell you women are not in field, women are not in that particular commodity. But when you probe further, you find out that women are there providing the services, either at planting, fertilizer application, or even at harvest, in terms of cleaning things and ensuring standards. In some cases, you find out that half of the plots of the community you are working with are owned by women. And they say they farm by proxy. In the dairy value chain in Nigeria, they say men owns the cow, women owns the milk. But when you're talking about dairy, if you don't insist, if you call for a meeting, you see the owners of the cow, you don't see the owners of the milk, and you're talking about milk supply. You see, so how you have to be conscious about all of this if you are really particular about driving inclusive agribusiness. For inclusive agribusiness, there are several dimensions, but I'll mention just four. Several dimensions in terms of what to look out for. The first one is, what is the degree of collaboration among the actors and along the value chain? To what level are they collaborating? For instance, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm working with smallholder farmers. Do I just sit in my office at harvest and tell the smallholder farmers, I'm of taking maize from you guys this year at 15,000 naira, and that's it? If you like, you supply. If you like, don't supply. That's it. You know? I'm an entrepreneur. I want to grow maize, and I want to include smallholder farmers in my supply chain. Then I go and buy 20,000, 40,000 hectares of land. I clear it up, and I divide it into smaller portions, maybe 1 hectare. And I bring smallholder farmers to work on that land. And I say, okay, you work, we share the profit like this and like that. Is that particular practice inclusive? There could be argument for it, there could be argument against it, right? But looking from the inclusive side, the farmers don't own the land. And in agriculture, if you don't own the land, if you don't have control of the land, whether you are leasing or you own it directly, you are locked up in one supply chain. Because that company or my company will come back to you at harvest and tell you, this is the price I'm buying. You're on my land. What negotiation power do you have? So you have locked up smallholder farmers in a supply chain. These are just food for thought. These are practices happening in Nigeria, and we know this. As stakeholders, we know this, we've seen this, some of us have participated in this. But we need to change this if we want agriculture to be sustainable and to be inclusive. The second aspect is, are there improvements in agricultural market access, especially for low-income, disempowered parties, like what I just explained? We are talking about connectedness now. Are there improvements in market access? If I don't like this guy's price, can I sit down with him and negotiate? If he doesn't give me the right price, can I go and sell to someone else? Or are we just there? So I'm still on the dimension, the 4 dimensions of agribusiness. The third one is, are there shared innovations improving the value chain and the values gained by the actors? We are talking about co-innovation. A typical example of co-innovation is, innovation sometimes, many of us think of innovation as a hardware, like technology must be there, tech, you must use software and hardware in combination to drive innovation. No, innovation is also a practice, can be a practice. Take for example, in the Sultry partnership mentioned by my program director earlier, Sultry had issues with buying cassava because, like we know in the Southwest, cassava most times are planted in the same season, and they all come into harvest almost at the same time, and you have this glut, right? Almost every year these things happen. Price go from 20,000 per ton to sometimes 90,000, 120,000 in a single season. We are experiencing the same thing now in tomato in Nigeria this year as well, right? So in order to manage this situation, Sultry with the smallholder farmers in the company's network decided to stagger production. So farmers in this cluster plant in November. Farmers in the other cluster plant in December. Plant in January. It's not a perfect, it didn't work perfectly, but we saw the result and the potential for that kind of innovation. Innovations can be as simple as that, just staggering production. To drive inclusive agribusiness, the third point I want to mention in terms of dimension is there must be shared goals. There must be shared goals. All the actors in the value chain. The fourth. The first one was the degree of collaboration. No, I'm still on the same slide. Yes, thank you. The first one is the degree of collaboration. The second one is improvement in agricultural markets. The third one is shared innovation. Are they co-innovating? And the fourth dimension is, what is the shared goals? What is the shared goals? Using a Nestle-led value chain in the sorghum, in those two value chains. But they are cautious about aflatoxin and pesticide contamination. So they have this network of aggregators who they engage, and they've asked the aggregators, we want you to connect directly with smallholder farmers and give us these high quality grains. Nestle is very strict with quality, and they pay for it. They pay for it. But their goal is to have quality grains, right? The aggregator wants a larger share of the market from Nestle. And he wants that premium price, because if they take it somewhere else, they will lose value in terms of what they get compared to what they will sell to Nestle. The farmer also wants a best price or an incentive. If I'm going to spend extra time grading my grains to sell to you, there should be an incentive for that, right? You should not price my maize the way you price maize in the open market. You should give me something. There should be 5%, 10% to compensate me for that extra work of grading. So this is the shared goal. The value that comes into the chain, we want to all have it. We want to eliminate aflatoxin contamination. We want to eliminate pesticide contamination. And we want, at the end, to eat nutritious and healthy food, because everything Nestle processed from Lagos with the grains they buy from northern Nigeria comes back to northern Nigeria, and we consume it. Somebody once asked me in this intervention with Nestle, if Nestle is complaining like this, does it mean that half of the grains we are eating is contaminated in northern Nigeria? I told him no statistics, but it could be true, right? It could be true. It is, right? Okay. So, there are several initiatives that are out there that donor organizations, NGOs, government programs, even private sector actors are leading to drive inclusive agribusiness. Some of these initiatives include value chain development, like we've been hearing for many years now. Value chain development. Another one is public-private partnership approaches. Another one could be company sustainability initiative internally for that company. And it could be sector roundtables, because there's a roundtable on sustainable palm oil production, right? RSPO. It could also be knowledge networks like the NABG and even IMN. It could also be the standard setting for that country. These are different initiatives and approach. That's why at the beginning of my presentation, I said, as TwoScale, we are not saying our approach is the best, but we are saying our approach is one of the best, and we have tested it, it has worked, and it's still working. So for TwoScale, we have used for the last 10 years to drive the incubation and acceleration of inclusive agribusiness, the public-private partnership approach. It is not an end to itself, but it's a means to an end. For us, it's like an umbrella under which we are able to implement and drive inclusive agribusiness. This is how the TwoScale approach works. The TwoScale approach starts with the business champion. We call them business champions. This champion could be a lead firm like the Nestle, Faisan Campaigner, Nigerian Breweries, Cadbury, name them. It could be SMEs like Sultry International, Adefo Kedesh, Afex I think is turning into a lead firm nowadays. It could be MSMEs, companies that are in between that boundary of transitioning from MSMEs to SMEs, like L&L Food, Cattle Foods, doing a lot of work in the groundnut and cassava value chains. They could also be organized and functional producer organization or farmers cooperative. I use the word organized and functional because you need to have your house together and in order before you can engage in a PPP. So these business champions work with the program to integrate smallholder farmers into their supply chain and also to produce low-cost, nutritious food targeting the base of the pyramid consumers. So we use the public-private partnership approach signed between the business champion and ToScale, including all the other actors in the value chain that business champion drives. And we implement using a collaboration with local business support service providers. They are like consult clusters. Agribusiness cluster approach is core to the incubation and acceleration of inclusive agribusiness drive of the program of ToScale. We also develop core and supplier value chains, and we look at the local markets, focusing on the BOPs. This is how we do it as a program. I'm going to focus my presentation now on diving deeper into looking at agribusiness clusters. For us as ToScale, forming and strengthening agribusiness clusters is the starting point of driving inclusive and sustainable agribusiness. Agribusiness clusters approach of ToScale was developed more than 10 years ago. We started using it from that time till now. It has evolved a lot. It has evolved a lot with so many dimensions and so many areas as I will mention now. The approach that gave birth to this agribusiness cluster approach of ToScale is called rather Competitive Agriculture Systems and Enterprises, the CASE approach. It's online. You can share the link. It's a good book. Please try and read that book. It was written in leadership. Those who wrote the book were led by the father of ToScale, the former program director of ToScale. The CASE approach is actor-oriented grassroots approach to agriculture and agribusiness development. It is based on action-oriented interactive learning and empowerment processes. This approach has lasted more than 10 years, and we are building upon this approach every single year. So this approach now, we have now internalized it and turned it into the ToScale approach. And there are 3 pillars of the ToScale approach. These pillars are agribusiness cluster formation. This is what a typical agribusiness cluster looks like. Agribusiness cluster, of course, is defined as smallholder farmers and their local networks. Simple. Their local networks include the input service suppliers, the cooperative, or the processor, processing and supplying to the consumers. Then you have the farmers there. You could have other players along this chain. It could be longer than this, depending on who is playing a role. But this trade chain of actors who are horizontally connected is called the core value chain actors, because they own the commodity. They pass the commodity from one place to another. Sometimes you can remove the input suppliers and just start with the farmers straight. But most times the core value chain actors start with the input suppliers down to the consumers. So the ToScale approach is an end-to-end approach from input supply to consumer. We stop at the doorstep of the consumer. Then vertically you can integrate the other actors, the banks, the BSS, policymakers, name them. This is typically what an agribusiness cluster looks like. when we form the agribusiness cluster, we begin to develop the value chain, where we look at the core and supplier value chain. The core value chain is what I just mentioned. The supplier value chain are the banks, the BSS, the transporters, those actors who provide services. They are the supplier value chain actors. And we improve this chain by brokering linkages, ensuring that the transactions happening within those value chains are efficient, they are coordinated, and they provide the necessary inflow of revenue that creates shared value to everybody in that particular value chain. The third pillar of two-scale approach is we always try to strengthen transaction governance. We are promoters of fair and transparent business. Fair and transparent business where farmers have a say in what is happening in the value chain. They can sit down and negotiate for everything from the price of the input you want to disburse to them, the number of months it takes to repay the input and the moratorium afterwards, exactly what am I paying for a service charge if I'm paying with my grains at harvest. Even the price you are going to give me for that commodity at harvest, you can't just sit in your office and determine that alone and just tell us. We sit down together and we negotiate this. It's a good example. In the oil palm partnership with Okomu in southern Nigeria, when we started that partnership, the business idea for Okomu was, how do we integrate smallholder farmers into our supply chain? By so doing, we'll solve two problems. One is we'll have access to raw material from farmers, and this will prevent the company and the actors within that value chain from deforestation. We are losing most of the trees in that area. Deforestation is high in that region. But one of the major bottlenecks we arrived at is, how do we set the price for 1 ton of FFB, fresh fruit bunch, supplied to Okomu in a fair and transparent way? So what did we do? Before we got the results, Okomu started buying from farmers using the local market price as benchmark, providing some premium. But there was no explanation how that was fair and how that was transparent. So we commissioned as partners, we co-invested, co-designed the terms of reference, and commissioned. When I say co-invested, co-designed, the farmers invested, Okomu invested, Two-Scale invested. I think even at some point, our partner IDH also invested in that particular study. And in the end, the result came out, and it concluded that we needed to benchmark the price of FFB to world palm oil market price. That is the best practice across the world. Malaysia, Indonesia, that was the best practice. How do we arrive at the percentage in Nigeria, considering the agricultural space there and here are completely different? The factors that affect them there are different from the factors that affected us here. So we now benchmark the price between 10 to 14% palm oil, world palm oil price. And with that, every Monday till today, including this Monday that just passed, the farmers go to Okomu, or Okomu go to the farmers in the field, depending on their schedule. They sit down and say, for this week, this is the price of FFB. By Friday, Saturday, that price is no more. We come back again on Monday morning, and we agree on price. Every single week, this is done. So with this, you agree with me that the farmers have a voice, right? The farmers are able to see how you are paying. And the good thing is, since we started this, using this formula 2 years ago till today, the price Okomu offers the farmers compared to the local market price is always more than 20% higher. Always more than 20% higher. So value chains and the transactions in value chains have to be fair. If we say we are working with smallholder farmers, as a businessman, can I make money while still ensuring that those who are supplying me my raw materials or who are producing them for my company are also making money and are also making profit, and they are going home smiling? We know that in agricultural systems and value chains, most times everybody does not win. You know, it's not win-win, win-win all the time. But we have to find the balance between this. We have to ensure that actors in the value chains understand why they are losing and accept this by themselves and move forward, or understand why they are gaining and try to improve their practices. Agribusiness clusters fosters two things, two main things. One is competition, and the other is coordination. When we say competition here, we don't mean that rivalry that happens between companies. What we mean here is competitiveness. That's what agribusiness cluster does. Because when you go to a functioning agribusiness cluster, you understand that farmers are producing for a target market. They are competitive. They are not just producing for the open market that accepts anything. They are producing for a target market, a target off-taker. So even if that off-taker does not buy, they have others who will buy because they have improved quality. They can aggregate in bulk, reducing the cost of logistics. Everything they do tend to reduce transaction costs, improve efficiency, and drives in better revenues than the way they were practicing agriculture or agribusiness in the past. This is inclusion. Coordination is about alignment. How do we align all the actors in the value chain? How do we bring them together from the farmer side down to the consumers? A typical example of alignment is this. Friesland Campaigner 10 years ago decided they want to invest in local sourcing of fresh milk, right? And you know milk is perishable. After milking, after 2 hours, if it doesn't go into a cold chain system, it starts deteriorating, right? To align and work with smallholder farmers, there was need. Like, you know, we are not a dairy country. There was need for the infrastructure. We need a cold chain system. We need a cold trucks. We need milk collection center. We need milk collection points. We need bulking centers. And we need the processing facility in the end to process this milk and supply them to the consumers in the country. So what did Friesland Campaigner do? They invested in all of this infrastructure. I think in the last 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, Friesland Campaigner has invested more than 30 million euros aligning or coordinating the dairy value chain in Nigeria. If you look at the infrastructure they've invested in, the amount of money that has gone in, they've not made any profit in trying to develop the dairy system in Nigeria till date. They are still investing to improve. Their target was, 10 years ago, I think 100,000 liters per day. We are nearly scratching that after 10 years. It's very difficult. Driving inclusive agribusiness is not child's play. It's very difficult. It's harder than I'm saying it here. It's very difficult. So that is all about coordination. The two-scale approach has several values that we try to always maintain. And the first value is ownership. We want to ensure that every actor in the value chain owns something in the value chain, either the commodity, the land, the practice, the innovation, the market. We want to ensure ownership. The factory, there should be ownership at all times. There should be ownership. The second is empowerment. How do we capacitate all the actors in the value chain to improve and meet a certain market, or to improve their productivity to get more income depending on the market conditions, etc. The third value is empowerment. Empowerment. Last year, we were facilitating the value chain with our actors here, as the Kinoma, and we hit a roadblock on repayment. As the Kinoma, like Ugo mentioned earlier, they work with about 100,000 farmers this year. They wanted to, they give these farmers inputs, capacity building and coordination and access to market. And in the end, the farmers will pay with their grains. But then we hit a roadblock. It was time for repayment. And as the Kinoma gave their price for grains, and the farmer said no. They gave their price for service charge, the farmer said no. What did Aziki Noma do? They invited the farmers. In fact, I was coming out of my office on a Thursday evening, and they called me. Maxwell, this is what is happening. I said, well, my colleague John Paul is here, he can handle it. He said, no, you have to come. On Friday morning, I was in the plane coming to Kano. My supervisor is here. He explains sometimes why I send him an emergency travel request. Sometimes the things are very sensitive that if you don't handle them when it is happening, people lose money, the businesses lose money. And then this is why many companies come around and they say, farmers are difficult to work with. It's impossible to work with. You see, shouting of course. But but the truth is, Ugo can confirm this. Farmers are very easy to work with. If everything is fair, transparent, and there is ownership, they are very easy to work with. Because most people think farmers are rural and they don't understand business. They've been doing this for 30 years, some of them. There's nothing you tell them that they don't know. But most businesses today, when you talk about inclusive agribusiness working with farmers, they tell you no. They'd rather be buying from an aggregator somewhere and be battling with quality issues year in, year out than work with smallholder farmers. But it is cheaper to work with smallholder farmers that are empowered. I know from the beginning it's expensive because it's risky. When you train smallholder farmers in the beginning, there's no guarantee it's going to supply you, right? But as you progress, it becomes cheaper and easier to work with smallholder farmers. So let's try and bring more smallholder farmers, empower them, give them voice so that they can work with us in an inclusive way. The third value is sustainability. We are talking about both economic sustainability and social sustainability. These two, economic sustainability and social sustainability, they give birth to ecological sustainability. Why do I say this? If farmer does not earn well from his business economically, will he listen to you when you are telling him to adopt a climate smart approach? Because this will cost him extra money, right? I was explaining to someone earlier this week that we're talking about Aflasave. And I told the person that Aflasave had been difficult to adopt in northern Nigeria for two reasons. One is availability, first of all. Two, farmers adopting the use of Aflasave is very low. Adoption rate is very low because farmers don't see the use of Aflasave translating to increased number of bags. Right? But Nestle will see the use of Aflasave translating to the increase in quality of one bag. But for farmers, they want to see more bags. They want to see more bags. So this has always been the challenge with the use of Aflasave. So if farmers must invest in the use of Aflasave, you must show them what you are going to pay as incentive so that they can invest in Aflasave because their cost of production is increasing. There must be an incentive. So that's why I say if you are going to work with smallholder farmers, it must be inclusive. There must be incentive across every part. But again, it's not every time. We have seen many times in our program that it's not every time that you need to pay premium to smallholder farmers. Sometimes the market price could be high and farmers are ready to sell to you at lower prices on their own. Why? Because this is our company. They own the company. Let me give you an example with Sultry for those of us who have worked with Sultry. There are years in the last 10 years where cassava prices plunge. And when Sultry sat down with their farmers, the farmers are saying, we are not making any profit. And Sultry will tell the farmers, okay, let's agree on a price. They give them 20%, 30% of the market price, over the market price. Why? Because they want to prop up the farmers. We are doing this together. We are all in it together. In the reverse case, when the prices go up, the same set of farmers come to Sultry and say, we know the prices are hard. We know what it means for your business. We don't want you to fold. We will agree to take a 10% reduction in what the market is offering. We've seen this happen, not just the Sultry case. But this is the benefit of inclusion. This is the benefit of voice. This is the benefit of empowerment. The same thing with the social sustainability that has to do with bringing in women and youth in value chains. And this all translates to economic sustainability. So I would what are the terms of inclusion? We've been talking about inclusion from the smallholder side. We've also been talking about access to food to the low-income consumers, right? So the terms of inclusion, what we look out for as a program, as terms of inclusion, include the following. One, I just mentioned ownership. Who owns what part of the business? The assets, the land, who owns them? The second aspect is voice. The marginalized groups in the value chain, are they able to negotiate with you as a company? Are they able to sit down rationally to negotiate? This capacity to negotiate with a company is not built overnight. Alhaji Batureje, one of our farmers who is also an ABC coach, can attest to this. It comes with a lot of coaching. Coaching the farmers to understand market dynamics, to understand that this business is for you and it's our own. Then we're looking at risk. How are the actors able to share risk together? If there's a risk in the market, like I mentioned with the Sultry case and price fluctuation, how are they able to come together and share it? Then last but not the least, sorry, my face is obstructing the screen there, is reward. If there is reward in the value chain, how do they share this reward? Does Nestle just pay the likes of Adefunke Dash, Nalmarco premium, and then they don't give premium to farmers? How is this reward shared? It has to be clear, and this is why this is connected to the shared goals I explained earlier. In terms of access to nutritious food, if your business is targeting the BOP consumer, what is the terms of access? What are you doing differently to really target them? Sorry, this thing. So the first one is availability. Is your product geographically available everywhere? The second one is affordability. Can those in the BOP bracket, those who earn in Nigerian case, I think $5 to $8 livable income per day, can they afford your product? By just packaging your product in small packs does not mean that it's affordable. It does not mean that it's available. The third one is appropriateness. The quality appropriateness in terms of food safety, nutritious value, and branding. And last but not the least is acceptability. We should know where we need to sell our products. Culturally, will they eat that product? You don't bring, for instance, pork from southern Nigeria and you want to sell it in northern Nigeria. You have no market. Yes, I know some communities. I just want to mention that. I know that some communities and some states in northern Nigeria consume pork, but the larger population don't. So you have to, that's why geographical availability in terms of geography is very key. So you need to look at these 4 A's in designing your go-to-market strategy for access to safe and nutritious food, targeting low-income consumers. These are some of the factors you can consider as a company, as an institute, as a business, if you are developing a grassroots empowerment and access to market scheme in order to build inclusion. The first one is ensure to have strong agribusiness clusters with well-connected actors. This is key. With well-connected actors. The second one is adopt a private sector-led approach. Let the businessmen lead the approach. This is why as a program, when we come for an event in a particular value chain, even while we are writing our documents, we say Friesland Campaigner and to scale. We don't say to scale and Friesland Campaigner because we know we are a program, we have a short lifespan, and we are going to exit. The third one is embed local content. Always try to look inward for the solutions of the problems you have in your value chain. The solutions are there, they are very close to you. Look inwards first before you import any solution. The fourth is build a strong business model. From day one, you should have a concrete business idea that ensures the buy-in of all the value chain actors you have, which take us again to the goal. Then last but not the least, prioritize institutional coordination. adherence to regulations of the country, everything you need to do in a fair and transparent way legally should be prioritized. These are just a few. I leave you with this. Last but not the least, this is my last slide. If you want to, if you are looking for the entry points into inclusive agribusiness, is you can start with these thematic areas. One, try to reach the BOP market with your product if you have a BOP product or you plan to have a BOP product. Number two, integrate smallholder farmers, keeping an eye for gender and youth inclusion, productivity, market access, and income, and fair and transparent trade. Number three is promote eco-efficient practices and green innovations. Be responsible to the environment. Be very responsible and try to promote innovations, because innovations is the father, they say, innovations breeds, upgrading and other positive impact in your value chain. Women economic empowerment, you must keep an eye for women. You must try to improve their place in the value chain. Youth inclusion and employment. You must consciously, in the business you do with your actors, find out how are youth engaged, how are they empowered. Financial inclusion, just access to credit does not mean financial inclusion. Money from the bank does not mean financial inclusion. Inclusion must be taken into consideration, not just number of women, but what they do with the money, how they use the money, their capacity to use it, how does it improve. Then last but not the least, agribusiness cluster formation and strengthening, which is the starting point for us as a program. Thank you very much.
Questions? 1, 2. Firstly, want to appreciate Maxwell for that insightful presentation. I think now the concept of inclusive agribusiness is clear to a lot of us now. And I think we can ask informed questions. Prof, you can ask all your questions now. All right, so Dr. John Godson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell, for that excellent presentation. Now, when we are talking about inclusiveness, I want to understand if what you mean is getting more people involved. I did a little, check about the percentage of people employed in the agricultural labor space in various countries. Nigeria is 70%. Poland is 11.5%. Netherlands is 1.2%. USA is 0.7%. France is 2.8%. And so it would seem that what we should be working on is to get people, away from the agricultural, labor space into other areas of industry and services. What is your opinion on that?
Thank you very much, Maxwell. While the presentation was going on, I just traveled back some years ago and saw myself in a classroom learning the bits of agribusiness. I am never regretting being here. Thank you very much, Maxwell. And for Horti Nigeria, a baby project that is trying to emulate TOSCALE, I see a lot of steps, a lot of expos that we can get from your presentation. And please permit me to request that if you could share that presentation with me, it would go a long way. It's like going to be a holy book for Horti Nigeria to emulate. My question is on the agribusiness clusters, where you have all the actors being championed by, being led the smallholder farmers as the drivers. how do you tackle issues of trusts and loyalty within the agribusiness clusters? Because I know these are issues that normally come up. And then how do we try to see how we can get solutions to that?
All right, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, so you can take.
Starting with the first question, how do we take people away from agriculture compared to other developed countries, right? That was the question. Well, first question, this is my opinion. We are still developing. And our economy in the past used to be agri-based, now is energy-based, talking about crude oil. And we are gradually transitioning to maybe IT. We are not sure yet. We are still a bit thinking where we are going next as a country. But agriculture has been consistent in empowering the grassroots actors. I think we should look at it from this perspective, in that government, every 4 years, tell Nigerians, go and farm. In fact, if you are a government employee right now, they say you're also a farmer. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? So government, you should be a farmer. So this has been the government perspective for generations. And it's the reason why I asked about the number of smallholder farmers we have in the country. It's not changing. Because as we move from smallholder farmers, large-scale farmers, some people will drop out. People will drop out and we'll begin to have this lower percentage of actors in the agribusiness space. But it seems like all we have done the last 50 years in developing agriculture is keep smallholder farmers small. So there needs to be a rethink. I'm talking to right now to the government stakeholders and myself in the NGO space, that we need to look at our approach critically. Each time a business or a proposal for an agricultural intervention is developed, you will see smallholder farmers there. Don't smallholder farmers grow? Do they not grow? We know that land tenure issues are mitigating that growth in terms of access to land, because if you want to move higher, you need to have more land holdings. We know that. But how do we solve these problems? How do we, because solving these problems answer your question, and that we need to move away from this. And that's why earlier I said, in sub-Saharan Africa, agricultural development is equal to economic development, because these hands is tied together. It's tied together. I may not be able to give you the full answer right now, but this is my opinion.
Okay, you want to contribute?
Yeah, I just wanted to contribute to what your question. So you made mention of the fact that in relative to the general population, those who are involved in the agricultural sector in the Netherlands or the US or other developed countries are typically very low. And one of the reasons is because of agricultural mechanization. In those parts of the world, they do a lot of intensive agricultural mechanization, and that has contributed a lot to the climate crisis that we currently have. And in some of those countries, they are looking at how to strike that balance between intensive agricultural mechanization and using other modes of production. So I think, I wouldn't say it's ideal what they have in the West, but it's finding that balance, in terms of looking at the impact of that model of, crop production. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Quite a number of, let's say, communities, they have learned this over generations. The question is, did we provide an alternative for them to change? No. So they only continue doing what they know. So that's the reason why we are where we are now. Thank you.
And I think somebody was jokingly saying that we've been hearing doctors strike, ASU strike, that farmers should even go on strike one day. And we know the implication. You see, bulk of what we consume in this country, apart from the imported commodities, they are being produced by smallholder farmers. And when we look at the value chain development, and that is what TwoScale have tried to promote, that as much as they are the majority, they are excluded. And that is why we need to include them, actively involved in the economic development. I'm happy our prof is, because she has been asking me plenty questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can go to the second question.
The second question is about trust and loyalty. I have to be honest with you, there's no easy answer. It's all about the context, the actors, and the relationship that has already existed or that is existing between them. A typical example is in just developing dairy, and they have not really earned anything from it the last 10 years. And they are still investing in trying to push dairy to the next level in the country. But every year, we see farmers agitating for price increase, increase the price of fresh milk. These farmers supply every morning, they bring their milk to Friesen Campaigner every morning. But once there is a new player in the market, a new player who has not invested in milk collection center, a new player who has not invested in training you as a farmer, a new player who has not provided sustainable market to you, comes in and he will stay in the market maybe for 1 month, the peak season, and is offering maybe 10% or 15% higher than what Friesen Campaigner is offering. You see the farmers start shaking. Mohammed can confirm that. Mohammed is our dairy expert. That is where trust and transparency comes in, because in this case, Friesen Campaigner brings the farmers into a governance meeting in their partnership. Yes, they sit down and they talk about the price. The champion explain why they can't increase their price beyond certain levels. The farmers explain why they need to increase their price to meet their expectation. Then they strike a balance. They meet halfway. Friesen Campaigner add something. That's how you build trust and transparency. You must engage. You must empower before you can expand.
That's a word of knowledge there.
So, any other question?
Final question.
My question is around business champions, because they are the center of all of this transformation, right? What challenges have you faced working with champions, specifically champions, and how have you resolved those challenges along? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't want to be the only one explaining this, standing here. I have my colleagues from other countries. We have almost similar challenges. I don't know if one of them can answer this question. What?
We want to volunteer to answer that.
From all over Africa.
With the business champions, yeah.
All right. I will answer to that question, but I would like to also build from the second question, if Maxwell and I allow me.
Okay, you can.
Okay. So the issue of creating trust and loyalty, and also making sure that there is no side selling or even failure by the off-takers to buy from the farmers had remained the major challenge for all programs who wants to promote fair and transparent transaction between farmers and buyers. But I think the bottom line is it's two competing issues that needs to be handled in a careful manner. That's the issue of coordination, at the same time maintaining or using that for competition. So as we create a better coordination among the actors, we can increase the size of the pie. If actors are operating all by themselves, they cannot increase the size of the pie. They can only increase the size of the pie if they are coordinated in a strategic manner. So when they are coordinated, the size of the pie will increase. So that means each and everyone's share of the pie will also increase. So this is easier to say it than to get it done. But this is where we had to aspire. So they had to coordinate, and the size of the pie has to increase, and then that will eventually be translated into a higher return to all the actors who are involved in that particular value chain. So the next question, what is really the challenge from the common challenge that we face from the business champion? I think first is we operate as a two-scale in an environment where there is a lot of subsidies that is going directly to the actors. So we don't do subsidies as a program, but we help Business Champion to overcome the bottleneck that is really becoming a problem for them to be inclusive, but also at the same time competitive. So the tendency to look for subsidy is the major challenge that we had. And second, I think it's not also with the side of the Business Champion, but it's also from the side of the other actor, including farmers. So we don't buy and give them seeds. We don't buy and give them to improve their access to seed and fertilizer. So if that requires us to go the extra mile to look for financial inclusion, then we will bear that burden. But we will not use the resource of the program to buy and hand out seeds and fertilizer to the farmers. So these kinds of expectation management are the major issue. So that this is the most important one. But after that, you know, being inclusive always comes with a cost. So it is easy for a company to look for a business model that squeezes out all the other actors. But when you are looking for a business model that gives opportunity to the other, it always comes at a cost. So you can only bear that cost if there is some sort of innovations, either in the processing or either in the way that you are coordinating the supply chain of the raw material, or an innovation in how you distribute and reach to your target consumers. So finding that key innovation is always a challenge, because you have to see the long term and you have to be willing to take the risk of investing in those innovations that can help you become inclusive and also commercially competitive in the market is a challenge. So for me, these two are the most important issues.
Thank you, Adis.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. So a round of applause for Maxwell. So we're going to break out for coffee break and for networking also for about 30 minutes. So we can just go to the back to take coffee, network among ourselves, and deepen conversations around inclusive agribusiness the more. So we'll converge back in 15 minutes or 20 minutes for the subsequent sessions.
Jeff, good morning. I'm working as I think we met recently. He's IML meeting.
Yes, indeed.
Your company again?
Elijah Company.
Elijah.
Yes.
I now remember, you know that day I was telling you I heard this name Elijah.
Yes.
You wanted to do a partnership with you through Dr. Bashir Sani in Rice 3 years ago. I don't know if you were there 3 years ago.
3 years
Yes, Elijah. Because when I was passing through Kaduna 2 weeks ago, that's when I saw the company name again. I said, yes, Elijah. Nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you very much. A wonderful presentation. I wish that we can get a copy of this.
No, definitely. We'll share it down. You got your email, right?
Yes.
We'll share it down. Definitely. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. Hello. 5 more minutes for the coffee break. 5 more minutes. Hello, everyone. So let's come back to our seats. let's come back to our seats. We're starting the next session. Let's come back to our seats. We are starting the next session. We're starting the second presentation very shortly. I know it takes a while for us to tidy up this dining and whining, but we need to get back to business. Gentlemen and ladies, please let's converge for the second presentation. Honestly speaking, it's okay. Let's converge for the second session. This thing with food. All right, guys. Let's go back to converge. Yes, guys. It's time for the second session. Hello, everyone. Let's go back to our seats. Let's go back to our seats. Where's my speaker? Yeah. My notepad. Your system, sir. My notepad is on the table. Okay. Hello, everyone. So we're starting the second presentation now. That is financial inclusion in agribusiness, making grassroots actors bankable. Is anyone hearing me at all? This thing with food. Hello, guys. Please let's converge. It's okay. Honestly, and tea break is meant to be short. It's not lunch, so. All right, so I'm glad to welcome us to the second presentation of the day, that is on financial inclusion in agribusiness, making grassroots actors bankable. Our speaker for the second session, is it ready? And the presentation, is it up there, our tech guys? Okay, great. So the speaker for the second session, I'm not going to do a remark on that, is Dr. Joseph Zira. Dr. Joseph Zira is with Sterling Bank Nigeria. He currently leads the agribusiness operation, partnership advocacy, and solid mineral financing in northern Nigeria. And prior to that, he was the head of agribusiness and strategy also at Sterling Bank. He started the non-oil export desk also for Sterling Bank, amongst many other interesting achievements. He had previously worked with Fidelity Bank, also as the coordinator of the agribusiness desk in Lagos and Southwest. Dr. Joseph Zira holds a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree from University of Maiduguri in Borno State, an MBA Finance from Ladoke Akintola University of Science and Technology in Oyo State, and also an MSc in Economics from Leeds City University, Ibadan. Gentlemen and ladies, Dr. Joseph Zira.
Thank you very much, Ayo, and good afternoon, everyone. The name is Joshua Zira, not Joseph. So glad to be here. So glad to be here in this very engagement, and it's been a very wonderful one. Right from the first presentation. I hear we'll be talking about the grassroots actors. How can we make them bankable? Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll be running through the slide and then trying to look at who are actually these grassroots actors that we are talking about. And when I came in, I was talking about some people that perhaps are not seated here, but we have people representing them. We have many people working with those at the bottom of the pyramid. And we could have actually invited them to be here, and they will tell us who they are. We'll try to make some moves in order to just say little about them, and then we'll see what we want to do. Then, of course, financial inclusion. And basically, here, what are we looking at? We are looking at individuals. Of course, I know we know the definition, but we are looking at individuals, businesses, and key is they should have access to useful finance that is actually affordable, and those financial products should be useful to them and should be affordable. And then, of course, financial products and services and should be sustainable, and also it should be a lasting thing that they can actually plan for a long time to see what they can do with finances and do their activities. And of course, that will improve their lifestyle and also make them to have money to use it for maybe for their children education, do some other things. They have money. So we need to bring them into the financial system. And these people, when we talk about the grassroots people, who are they? Because they are financially excluded. And today we are saying we want to make them to be bankable. So and if we look at these people, they are actually those people that are in the rural areas, most of them, and a lot of things happen around them, and majorly they produce most of the farm produce that we eat, and most of them, close to 60-70% of them are in rural areas, and most of them have maybe 1 to 5 acres of land, and his family members that are involved, because they can't employ the services of other people, and they don't have what it takes to produce a lot, and maybe on a large scale. And these are some of them, and most of them again, they participate, just in the upstream section of the farming. They are just there, subsistence farmers, working on the field, just a little field to farm, to feed the family, and that's their lifestyle. Just to put across some things about them, and of course, they are always dependent on rainfall. Most of those guys at the grassroots that grow, then they suffer because they won't have the money to go into irrigation. So they depend solely on rain, to do their agricultural activities, especially those that are into crop cultivation. Of course, they are very poor. Poverty, you see poverty. If you want them to be bankable, they don't have any collateral, anything to access. Okay, I can take this collateral to access funding from the bank. They don't have it. And we are saying we want to bring them into the financial sector. So these are the grassroots guys. They are there without formal education. They are there in the rural areas working and doing their things as usual. No access to information. Then, of course, finance, no access to finance. And now we are here in this room to discuss how do we actually get these guys into the financial sector? How can they access finance to improve their life, to improve their business? That's what we'll be discussing here. And of course, they are always at the mercy of FBAs. You know, they are price takers. They will produce, and then these other guys, the middlemen, will go and buy at the farm gate. They can't dictate prices, as we say. And of course, they will sell at whatever price in order to have some little funding to take care of some of their needs. They are price takers. So these are those people. Just few pictures we can see. This is what we talk about. So these are people, for most of us that come from villages, we see this, and some of us perhaps must have been involved in such activities. And Mama here is clearing the land after the previous, harvest, and now she's planning for the next farming season. And of course,
she will do this by how? So looking at her, weeding, harvesting, we look at them. These are the activities that goes on at that grassroots level, and we need to improve their lifestyle in terms of getting more money, and then getting more income, and getting good prices for their produce. Now, if you look at it, logistics, a lot of things in the value chain, and these are the things you see in the villages. And you want to tell a banker that, okay, can you fund these people? And the banker will be telling you a lot of things. Now, how can we make these people bankable? This is it. We see them. These are their activities, and this is who they are. That's the grassroots farmers. We can improve their lives. Now, how can they be bankable? And we as a bank, and also generally, how do we make these people bankable? We look at, as a bank, first of all, we want to understand what they do, and then what solution can we come up with. And one of it is product development. So we need to come up with whether tailor-made products, customized products, to actually just specifically for that segment of the agricultural value chain for those people. So we need to, but the risk asset where you give them loan, and also liability where they can be saving their funds. So we come up with this kind of thing to see what we can do for those kind of people. And of course, once we have that, we now begin the engagement. Once we make our studies and we have these facilities, these products in place, that, okay, we can actually now begin to engage these farmers at the grassroots. And again, of course, we have some of the people we use, like agent bankers, agency banking. We use them to go to the rural areas, because in the rural areas, again, you don't have bank branches. You don't have presence in those places. And those places, you can't be telling somebody, let's say, for example, somebody is in a very remote village. It could be somewhere in Kaduna, and you are asking him to come to the city, to come to the bank to open an account. He has to travel for more than 3-4 hours to get to where he will see a physical bank. So you need the services of the agent bankers to go there to onboard those people. And of course, Adefunke Desh is here. That's Azikinoma. I have a lot of partners here that we are working with them. So those farmers, you need to get them into the banking system by sending agents to, onboard them in terms of, getting their biometrics, getting them to, get their BVN and the rest for them to be able to be in the banking stream. So those agent bankers goes to those remote villages to onboard those people. And then, of course, now sensitizing them. You need to tell them why they need to be in the bank. Why would they want to be in the banking sector? You need to educate them. And of course, that is there. We need to educate them and then onboard them. And then to make them more attractive for the bank, so some of them are scattered. They don't have collateral. They don't have all it takes for them to access funding. Now we will say, okay, can we profile these farmers? And we've been working with TruScale. Farmers are being profiled, they are being clustered, and then put them into different cooperatives that you can now say, okay, they can actually access funding as groups, as cooperatives. And then when you now profile them, of course, you need to link them to people buying their produce, you know? So you link them up to those people buying the produce. So if they produce, for example, let's say we have some farmers somewhere, and Adefunke Desh, Arziki Noma is there, they can offtake from them. So we will now engage Adefunke Desh. These farmers are there, still want to fund them. Can you offtake from them? They will agree, and then of course there are so many other things we do in terms of offtake agreements, just a lot of activities, and then we can now link you up to these people. And once they produce, you offtake. So a lot of activities, that collaboration is there. And then of course, those farmers in the rural areas, we bring them into the financial system easily. And then partnership, of course, so collaboration now, what we do again, these farmers, you know, at the grassroots level, if you tell a farmer you give him a loan at double digit, you yourself, you know that you are already creating a bad loan. Yes, right from the onset. So you are creating a loan that you will begin to battle with recovery at the end of the day. So what do we do again? We try to partner with different kind of individuals to see that we can create some loans for these people. And when we now partner with them, we have donor agencies, we have fund providers that we can actually have some blended kind of fund to work with. And we work with them, and that reduces the interest rate from double digit to single digit, and we can advance it to these farmers. So it's one of the things we do with our partners, and again, our partners are also into some activities like providing technical support to the farmers, and a lot of extension activities, and so many other things. So that also makes them more attractive to the bank. That, okay, those activities are going on, they are having the good agronomic practices training from some of our partners, and then we can now say, okay, we can actually work with you to fund you. So we do those things. And then, of course, AgTech, FinTech, we have those companies again. One of them is the M&E agents that we work with. So some of them now, what we do, if we have 10,000 farmers, 50,000 farmers that we are doing with some organization. Some people who funded like over 100,000 farmers. What we do with them, okay, we have these monitoring and evaluation agents that we work with. Now go to the field, you tell us about, do your geomapping, give us the details of that land, the location and everything, and also let's monitor how we work with these people in terms of delivery of inputs to the location, ensuring that this input gets there. Because at times, some of us, yes, we go along with them, but they also go into the hinterland to monitor those things and to help us as the fund providers. Credit risk guarantee providers, they are some of the things we also do in terms of working with these people. So you as a smallholder farmer, as a grassroots farmer that you don't even have a collateral, what we leverage on again, and because we fund you maybe some minimum accounts, you know, some small accounts amount. So what we do is, okay, people, how do we actually mitigate our risk? How can we mitigate our risk from other sources, other areas? So they will now say, okay, because we are funding these smallholder farmers, we can give you 75% risk guarantee. We can give you 60% risk guarantee. We can give you 80% risk, credit risk guarantee on behalf of the farmers. And then the remaining 20%, okay, we ask for your equity contribution between 5 to 20%, a kind of. So that covers the risk, and we are comfortable doing this funding. Now, I've talked about something. So in Sterling Bank, some of the things we've done is to partner with some organization, like I said. So we've partnered with MasterCard Foundation, for example, and we'll build up some funds. And when did we actually have this partnership? We engaged with them somewhere around 2020 during the COVID-19. And of course, you know, COVID-19, actually, so many businesses have suffered and the impact was so great. And MasterCard is saying, how can we actually alleviate the pain of these smallholder businesses? And we come up with an idea of, okay, MCF, can we have some funds from you? We will administer. And they gave us some funds, about $21.9 million, which is about 65%, and we provided about, I think 115 or thereabout million dollars to, I mean 11 point something million dollars to make it $33 million. So we now say, okay, because we are providing this fund, and they provided it at 0% to the bank, and say, okay, you administer to certain group of people. And who are these people? They are women and youth between the ages of 18 to 35. This is the fund, and it goes to these people. And as at today, more than 14 to 15,000 people have actually accessed this fund. We've disbursed it, and it's at single digit. So, and basically, it's for those, again, at the grassroots. Now, when you look at the youth and women, of course, we are being gender sensitive. About 60% of the fund goes to women. And also in the rural areas. Here we don't ask for collateral. We don't ask you to bring collateral under this scheme. All we need from you is to know, okay, do we cluster you, or if you have a business ongoing that you can access up to between 5 to 20 million, let's see your business, and then we can fund you. And those businesses must be agribusinesses, strictly agribusinesses. And we've done this, and it's working fine for the collaboration. So that's why I say when we partner with DFIs, we look at such kind of thing to make sure that those at the grassroots are actually accommodated, and they are actually brought into the financial system. So these are some of the features of the products. So I know the slide will be shared. So these are some of the features of the products, and we've done it, and we are doing it in the entire state. I mean, in the entire federation. Now we have another program again, you know, so these farmers, another thing you need to help them with is access to market. You've provided them with access to finance. Now, how do they actually get access to market in order to sell their produce? So some of them, again, what we did with this SABEX is a digital commodity trading platform owned by Sterling Bank, or rather powered by Sterling Bank. And of course, the platform is what we do to make sure that buyers and sellers are actually brought together under this program, and of course through warehouse receipt funding. What we do, okay, so you as a farmer, you produce and you just harvested in your maybe entire farm, you just harvested maybe like 20 tons of maize, and you are not ready to sell it. And of course, you know, most times they are under pressure to sell immediately because they need money. We are now saying, okay, if you harvest your maize or you harvest your rice, bring it to a particular warehouse, a designated warehouse, where you can drop it. And of course, in that warehouse, it will pass through different kind of activity, quality assurance and the rest, and then we can now discount it for you to the tune of about 70%, and you drop it there if you don't have the intention of selling. And Sterling can fund you based on that warehouse receipt and say, go back to either to the farm or go to the market, whatever you want to do with money, solve your short-term problem with this. And later, if you return and say, okay, I want to sell off my goods, you can sell it off and pay off the loan that we are giving you. So that's what this is all about. We give you access to wholesale trade, and again, this also prevents you from, you know, those activities of the LBAs, local buying agents, that will come and mop your produce at the farm gate at their own price. You can now keep your goods in those locations. We are in partnership with FX on this, and they are our warehouse managers, and they are everywhere. And again, so people that are also buying produce from this platform, they have access to quality produce. They will go there, people like Nestle, Flour Mills, Olam, talk of so many of them. They can access a lot of commodity here. And also, of course, working with this, it helps to reduce post-harvest losses. You know, you produce and you pass through a lot of things. You can just store your good here. And also, a lot of things that you can do with this is that you will sell your good at a very good price, premium price or whatever. So that's another platform we've provided and it's working. As of today, I think we've disbursed over 1.4 billion naira on that platform. It's digital and we fund a lot of transactions through it. Of course, I don't need to talk about Anchor Borrowers Program, government program. So Sterling Bank has keyed into this very well to ensure, and basically this is also for smallholder farmers and those at the hinterland, the grassroots level. So these funds also goes for them, and we work with a lot of cooperatives to make sure that we fund this, and we have a lot of anchors that we fund through this. Of course, Arziki Noma is one of them, and a lot of them we funded through this very program. And this program actually has made sure that those at the bottom of the pyramid are actually brought into the financial system. And it will interest you to know when this program was launched, I think in 2015, 17th of November in Kebbi State, it was launched on a project financed by Sterling Bank when President Muhammad Buhari launched this very program, Anchor Borrowers. So we are pioneers of this program, and we are still doing it in partnership with Central Bank. And then, of course, what are the other things that we are doing as Sterling Bank to improve the life of these farmers at the grassroots? One of the things is through our Sterling Farmers Radio. I don't know if any of you have heard this very program before, but it's a program that is running in the entire state, in the entire nation. So it's another thing that we felt, okay, it's more or less like our corporate social responsibility giving back to the society. And we feel those farmers at the grassroots need this. People in the city may not be aware of this, but go to the villages. You hear a lot. Because on this program, in the states, we bring in, it could be permanent secretary of Agri, commissioners of Agri to talk about this, and other experts and other people to talk on this program. I mean, we partner with various radio stations, broadcasting stations. And as of today, we broadcast in the 36 states of the Federation, 19 states of the North, including FCT, we broadcast in Hausa, then Southwest in Yoruba, and of course, Southeast in Pidgin English. And of course, we have over 5 million listenership today. And this is free of charge. So it's one of the things, again, that we felt, okay, these guys at the grassroots, yes, we are bringing them into the financial system. And again, what we want with them is to also get information. And when this information goes to them, definitely it will assist them in how they will actually improve their farming activities. And so it's one of the things we do in Sterling in terms of bettering the life of those at the grassroots. Another thing we do, I know so many of you are familiar with this, Agriculture Summit Africa. So this is, again, another program that we feel we can provide a platform just like this one for people to network, for more information to go across. In fact, there was somebody who was producing fish. The guy is into aquaculture somewhere in the Southwest. And he is looking for an off-taker. He is our customer. So when he came to the program, he now met somebody who is also big on aquaculture. He has a very large one in Epe, in Lagos. And of course, he has a recirculatory system, and he needs more fingerling. You know, so somebody to supply him. They met at the summit. And the guy was so happy. So his coming to the summit has changed his business activities and has improved his life. So this is a program. When we came up with the idea, we were trying to see what can we actually do to improve the life of people, and then what can we offer to the society to see the best thing we can do to help them. And we thought of Agriculture Summit Africa. So we started in 2018. And when we started in 2018, we had it in the International Conference Center. Of course, we are saying the topic then was creating sustainable Nigerian farming through rural agricultural enterprise or whatever. We started this, and that was when we launched this very Sterling Farmers Radio. And then again, we were having issues of clashes between, farmer header clashes. And that was when we brought up the issue of Napier grass, Brucaria, where, okay, people can invest in it, and actually people can start to think of ranching instead of the nomadic life. And we brought people, I think it's from Luga, people that are into making local milk, and they actually gave their testimonial of how that Napier grass has helped them to improve their milk yield, when at least they were getting more liters of milk. Now again, of course, we had another one in 2019. These two are physical in Transcorp. And we had people from over 30-something countries attending, both in Africa and outside the country, outside the continent. And again, here we launched that our SABEX platform where we saw. So we had several of them. The 2020, 21, 22, we had it virtual. And hopefully this year we'll be having it, physical. So these are some of the things we do to improve the life of those at the grassroots. And I believe one thing we need to do if we want to bring those guys into the financial system, we need to collaborate, all of us, and we need to make sure that everybody is actually doing one thing or the other. Because you can't see banks coming to say, okay, I want to fund these activities when the structures are not actually very tight and the structures are not looking good. So the structures must be in place. And today, one of the things Sterling Bank has done, just looking at the Maputo Declaration on Agriculture, they said, okay, 10% of your budgetary allocation should be for agric. And I can tell you confidently today, Sterling Bank has actually allocated 15% of her total loan book to agriculture. And that's what we are doing. And because we have confidence in the sector, we keep funding it. And we will continue to fund agriculture. So thank you very much for listening.
Round of applause again for Joshua. That was a
Hello.
very insightful presentation. Q&As. One, let's get a number so that we can moderate the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's going to be 30 seconds because I want to be sure that we are keeping to time. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that wonderful presentation. My name is Stephen Owoyemi. I'm with the IAMN, and we are partnering with TUSCAE. This question is on the MasterCard Foundation collaboration with Sterling Bank. I'm interested in this because oftentimes when they say that loan is given out, you realize that oftentimes those loans are not getting to the right people because a lot of people can go there and change the situation. Okay, you want it to be for women. How many percentage actually gone for women? How many percentage have really gone for the youth and so on and so forth? So I want to just ask that, are you guys sure that those people that got the loan are the right people that are supposed to get the loan? And also the percentage of the women, specifically the women, how many of them, how many percentage is the women and for that of youth, as case may be? Okay, sister, okay, that's the first question.
Steve.
Okay, so the second question is, a lot of time loans are not paid back. So what's the repayment percentage at this time? And last but not the least, can you give us the geographic location? I don't know whether there is a study that has been carried out to really know that the loan being given out has a lot of impact on this group that the loan was meant for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Prof.
Thank you for that beautiful presentation. As a farmer, my burden has been on finance for so long. And my first question is that for the MasterCard thing, you said age 15, 16, okay, 18 to 35. I believe I've had that Sterling give loan, but I believe Sterling is not proactive. Because a child of 18 does not want to be a farmer. A woman of 35 does not want to be a farmer. So you left the people that wants to be farmer, that want to be serious-minded farmers out of the picture, and you are giving to those that does not want to be serious-minded farmer. So I think Sterling Bank should go back to the drawing board. That is number one. Number two.
30 seconds.
Number two is that what is Sterling Bank doing to revisit the first statement I've just made? What are you going to do? Because most farmers that I want to be serious-minded farmers are people that have entered retirement from civil servants. The people that have now seen, or people that have gone out and have not seen the profitability of being a farmer. How do you include them? Then the second thing he has asked, what is the percentage for which you are giving? Then the fourth thing, because he gave me some few seconds, so I want to nail this fourth thing. The fourth thing is that there was a time I had that Sterling Bank was giving, should I call it soft loan on equipment to female farmers. And I approached Sterling Bank in Akure, and the lady rightly turned me out and said there is nothing like that. And somebody, the person that went there told me, Prof, you are not up to 60 now. Go to Sterling Bank, you can access this. And I was there, they said there's nothing like that. So what is Sterling Bank doing to redeem that image? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Maxwell's presentation had 2 questions, but when it comes to money, everybody wants to talk.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zira. We've been working together for like 6 years.
30 seconds, please.
So I'm involved in the master plan, MasterCard this thing. I'm actually one of the facilitators. So I also do business plan evaluation for Sterling Bank. So you see, like you said, ma, a lot of people want to take money. They don't know anything about agribusiness. We will take proposal from them, take business plan from them. I will look at it. Somebody will ask for 20 million naira to do a snail farm. Somebody that does not even have a single experience about snaring. So there are a lot of problems when it comes to finance. But Sterling Bank is just one bank out of the several banks in Nigeria. They have good intention, but not so perfect implementation. When you go to any desk, except Dr. Zira and the other at the head office, we sit together, we develop a lot of things.
30 seconds, please.
Go to any platform today, the bank will tell you they don't know about it. When people fill the form online and they need to go to their local government or their state bank, everybody on those desks don't know anything about the national law.
Your question.
So the question is, where is this money going to?
That's okay.
I asked him when he came to that, I said, Oga,
that's okay. Just hold it there.
Where is the money?
Shola, hold it there. Hold it there. Hold it there.
Who is taking the money?
Hold it there. Hold it there.
Who is taking the money?
Good morning, everybody. That was an awesome presentation, and we thank you for that. I'm Damola Ige. I'm a marketer, agricultural products marketer. Now, what I discover, because we have associations, I'm the vice president of Wheat Farmers Producer Processor of Nigeria. So the challenge we usually have is waste because of inadequate storage. Because of this, I decided to, as a marketer, to see how we can take this thing across, because all these products, they need it abroad as well. So the impediment or the challenge we have right now is how do we, there are some things we need to get across over to maybe export, because they need all this abroad. So, but I have a lot of impediment, a lot of challenges that I can't. That is the problem. How do we now?
That's Oh, Butera. Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Zira, for that insightful presentation. My question is very straightforward. Sway had or Sterling Bank had a database of farmers, and applicants where they use it as their selling point. Is it possible to tell me if your database is dynamic or it is static based on information you collected from development partners? Because if you have such a database, we shouldn't be arguing today whether smallholder farmers are 90% in population or 20% in the agri population. Please, if you can enlighten me more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the last.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sarah, for that presentation. My name is Samson Ajibola. I work with Polar Advisors. So we've done a lot of business together, and I can testify to some of the things he's saying. But the question I want to ask is simply that when you are giving the background picture of a typical smallholder farmer, and you begin to tell us the program you have, so I didn't see a nexus, a connection between, how we integrate this smallholder farmer to like your program of Sway, okay? Because you say Sway farmer can access 5 to 20 million or so, and how can unbankable smallholder farmer access 5 million? So I want you to to elaborate on how you connect these smallholder farmers to this particular, program. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Zira, okay, the last question.
So my last question is on access to the loan product. So what has made you probably to decline loan applications from your end? What challenges do you face with, issuing approvals in terms of people not meeting those requirements required for the loan? Which areas do smallholder farmers struggle? Thank you.
Okay, quickly. So thank you very much, everyone that has asked questions. Okay, let me start with the first question. The first person, the right people getting the money. Yes, the right people are getting the money. I don't have the statistics on the percentage of people accessing it. Actually, we have those percentages of women that have access. We have an Excel. I should have thought of getting the Excel sheet to show you the details of, because we report this to MasterCard every month. So we do what we call monthly check-in to give updates on the progress of this very program. So those things are actually well detailed there, those information on, okay, so certain number of women have accessed it, and then certain number of youths have accessed it. So we have that. And then the loan impact again, definitely it has impacted a lot of lives because we've worked with people. So we've worked with people in different locations, both in the north, in the south, everywhere. So in Kano, we've done it in Kaduna, Zaria. In fact, some of them, even the Arzikinoma people, part of those things we've done with them. So we've actually funded people when it comes to this facility, the MasterCard Foundation, the program with women and youth. And then the professor who is asking of saying, okay, this is just for people that are not interested in farming. But I can tell you the truth, what we are doing today, if you look at what is happening, our old age farmers, very soon they will age out. And if we don't bring in the youths, then we can't sustain our farming activities. And I can tell you that youths are involved. I think I saw some people here that are into farming. Youths are seriously involved that we advance these facilities to them. Some of them, we cluster them. Some of them are, in fact, we are working with one company called Palm Valley, together with OCP. and these are youths. You know, then even Sultry that Maxwell has been talking about, we funded people for her, not her directly, but her cassava tuber suppliers under this scheme, and they are within that age. So we have them there, and you say, what are we doing now to bring in those above that age 35? So we are, of course, under the anchor borrowers, we do that one, and then under other schemes, we do that one. But again, what we are looking at, like I said in my presentation, we partner with development finance organizations. Now we are looking at building what we call agri fund. I didn't talk about it. And why do we want to build that agri fund? It's still for smallholder farmers, but to accommodate those that are outside the age of that 35. So it can cut across all ages. You know, so that's what we are trying to do. If I come to you now, Prof, and say, okay, Prof, I'm giving you a loan, 20 million, 30 million, maybe to buy some equipment, and I'm giving you at 23%. You begin to carry stick and chase me. That's correct. So we are trying to see how can we get more. Exactly. So, and I don't want to create a bad loan right from the beginning. So what we do in Sterling is to be innovative and to think of solutions that we can provide for people in this agri sector. And that's why wherever you go, they will ask you to go to Sterling, because we are solution providers. We think of how do we don't chase you away when you come. We accommodate you and see how do we better your life. You will be the one to tell our stories outside. So, and I, no problem. So again, for the equipment farmers that you talk about, that they are actually, Sterling is funding women, specifically funding some equipment for them. Yes, we had that, but that again is a fund that we received from a partner. And they said we should fund women only in Bauchi. And wait, so that's just like MasterCard, they say 18 to 35. We can't breach that contract. So they say they provided some funding and say fund women specifically in Bauchi State that are into groundnut oil processing and soya and rice processing. So they brought in vendors to fabricate those equipment for us to actually finance, and they put in some grants in place, and then of course for the bank to fund that one. So the equipment is specifically for women in that location. So it's not everywhere. So maybe the information didn't get across to you very well, and women of all ages can actually do that. And thank you, Shola, for laying more emphasis on what we are doing. We've been working together with him, and of course the money actually goes to the right place. Where does the money go to? So the money goes to the rightful beneficiaries. You know, they actually access this fund. For wheat farmers, we can discuss that in terms of export. So initially I was thinking you want to export wheat. Meanwhile, we are importing wheat. So on the West, we can talk about that, and then let me know more, and let's see how we can do a lot. Victoria, in terms of data, yes, we've collected a lot of data, and of course, definitely our data is dynamic, and we keep improving and increasing the data at any time. So it's something we can discuss. If you want the data to be shared with you, then we can sign an NDA, and then that's what people do normally. So if you really want to get a data that we've collected, and then how to integrate the unbankable, when I talk about, okay, these are the people. Now what we do again, we try to work with these individual farmers. But what I'm saying is, okay, you as a person, you need 200,000, maybe 300,000, 50,000. What we do is, can we aggregate you people in that community? Can we put you together? So that when we put you together, at least there maybe, let's say about 50 to 100 of you, and you can expand your farm in that location. We cluster you together as different individuals in that location and say, okay, you can come into this group and we can work with you in those locations as a group, not as individual, you know? So we can do that. So if somebody comes to you with a request for 50,000, the energy you will expend in processing this and also the monitoring, the 50,000 will even go. So we make sure that you guys are in a group so that you can also have value for what you are doing, and at the same time, you guys can have, because of economic of scale, you can have value for a lot of things in terms of pricing, getting inputs in bulk for you guys, then getting other activities, other services. We can do that for you in a group. So that's what we would do. But for individual farmers, there are some people that have taken their business to the next level that they can access 5 million. But if we are talking of these grassroots guys, that what they want is maybe 200,000, 300,000. So we do it under anchor borrowers. Let's say, for example, the 2,100 farmers we started with in Kebbi State 2015. So these guys came and we say, okay, for these farmers, we will finance 1 hectare per farmer. And how much is it? 251,000 per farmer. So you can see them coming in. Yes, they are. So we cluster them, but each farmer can get 250. But if you come, you alone, and say, give me 250 for me to go and produce this thing, before you even process, who will be? But if you cluster and you aggregate those things, it will be something that you present. So it's another strategy to actually bring these people in. So these are the things we do. For access to loan and the challenges, a lot of challenges are there. You know, so some of them will come when you ask them, okay, bring in 5% equity. So let's say for 200,000, bring 5%. How much is 5%? And somebody will tell you he cannot bring it. You know, somebody will tell you he cannot bring this. So a lot of challenges with them that make us to turn down those things when they don't meet some of the requirements, actually. And again, for smallholder businesses, at times somebody, MSME, some of them don't register their businesses, and of course, you can't be loaning them on just a normal name, a kind of, so register your businesses, and then we give them education, financial literacy, and so many things to make them bankable. And that's why we appreciate TwoScale. They profile farmer, they give them a lot of technical support, and when they do, once they bring them to the bank, we know that these people are ready and we can actually look at them. And we are working with different partners to see that these farmers are actually made in such a way that they will be attractive to the bank to grant them funding. So we are ready to fund. We are ready to work with you. Whenever you are ready, talk to us, talk to Sterling Bank, and ask more about us. We've done a lot. And in the industry today, when you measure agri banks, perhaps among the top 2, I wouldn't even say top 3, among the top 2, you still see Sterling, and we are still in that business. And Sterling Bank, the management, our top executives are actually in support of agri. So they give us more support. And that's what gave us the impetus to drive this very business. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause once again for our speaker. Yes, we're going to the very last presentation for the day. And before we go into that, I want to believe that we are absorbing the knowledge that our speakers are dishing out at this session today. And with the Inclusive Agribusiness Club, these conversations will continue because from today going forward, we'll be having Inclusive Agribusiness Club meetings at different geopolitical zones in Nigeria, Southeast, South-South, and all of the 6 geopolitical zones every quarter, where we'll be gathering together like these to engage interesting discourse within the inclusive agribusiness landscape. I want to believe that we've all have our names registered on the attendance sheet today, so we'll be sending us links to join various groups where we'll be getting information on the Inclusive Agribusiness Club calendar for the year. And the programs in each of the geopolitical zones. So the conversations will continue. It's not going to end here. We'll continue to interrogate ourselves. We'll continue to engage ourselves. We'll continue to rub minds together. We'll continue to learn from all of the work that TwoScale has done and all of the new works that will be coming up in the emerging areas in inclusive agribusiness. And that is going to lead me to the last discourse for the day, which is on integrating inclusive agribusiness into the academic curriculum. Basically, the best way by which we can continue the conversation, by which we can deepen the conversations, is if we include inclusive agribusiness in the curriculum for agricultural education in Nigeria and by extension to Africa. One of the things we do at the Institute of Agribusiness is to moderate academic programs in agribusiness across different institutions in Nigeria. And one of our PhD students, when we started discussing inclusive agribusiness, just got interested in doing a PhD thesis on some of the work TwoScale had done in Nigeria and what TwoScale had done in different African countries, and to do some comparative analysis to see what works here, what does not work here. We want other students also to pick different interests within the body of work that TwoScale had done in inclusive agribusiness and to advance those works forward. So by the time we begin to have most agribusiness MBA programs, most agribusiness PhD programs, most agribusiness BSc programs across the country have inclusive agribusiness in their curriculum, it means that the emerging agribusiness leaders that will be coming out of this program will already have inclusive agribusiness as part of the things in their scope of practice. So when they are leaving the university and are engaging in industry practice, they know that inclusive agribusiness is the way to go when it comes to agribusiness practice. So catch them young, catch them while in school. Getting this inclusive agribusiness embedded in academic program is just the right way to go about it. And the speaker for the next session is someone that is highly experienced in this area, can speak well to the topic. His name is Dr. Steve Arowolo. Dr. Arowolo is the convener of the Unlocking African Market Conference in South Africa, where they have series of engagement like this across the continent to deepen conversations around business development, around inclusivity in business development. He's also the director of Basilia Group. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Agricultural Economics from Obafemi Awolowo University here in Nigeria, a master's degree in Agricultural Economics from University of Fort Hare in South Africa. He said it's not Fort Hare, it's Fort Hare. Yeah, then a master's degree in Climate Change and Development from University of Cape Town, and also a PhD in Environmental and Geographical Sciences, majoring in Food Security and Climate Change from University of Cape Town, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Steve Alaba Arowolo.
Figure it out. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, so I think pretty much what we've been doing this morning is actually to actually involve ourselves in some level of education. So how many of us have gotten educated today? Pretty much all of us. I think we are all loaded. So yeah, so I think it's an integral part of what we do at the Institute. I think maybe the registrar, I don't know whether I mentioned the fact that I'm also a fellow of the Institute. And I think for so many years we've been working together to see how we can deepen this conversation. And I'm glad that we are extending this conversation to research and even to academic work as well. So yeah, we'll be looking at it together, integrating inclusive agribusiness. And I can promise you I'll be very brief. And so what I've done in order to achieve that is to ensure that I make use of a kind of pictures and photos, diagrams that will make it easier for us to just be able to really understand what this section is all about. Yeah, using optics. So let's go. So now agribusiness as a system. I think it's good for us to have that understanding that agribusiness is construed as a system. So, and we know what a system is all about. It's actually, it involves a lot of things. And you see, if you want to talk about that, you talk about the input sector. So there are so many factors, sectors involved in agribusiness as a system. So it is very basic that we understand that what we are dealing with when we talk about agribusiness, it is a system. And when you understand it that way, it kind of free your mind to know that even though you know a particular segment of the system, you still need to actually open up your mind to learn more. So I think it's very, very important for us to actually underline the fact that agribusiness is a system. So, and yeah, we look at the building blocks that I put up here, and I'll walk around if you don't mind. And this building block actually, this diagram comprises a lot of things. In fact, it is very loaded. It involves trying to summarize what, I don't know if this thing can go. It can go. Take the picture up. Okay, no, that's not good. Okay, anyway, see there, but it's blocking the. Yeah, I think we need to see everything. Yeah, you can take it to the other side. Yeah. So, okay, what? They've done it. Okay. Oh, okay, great. So, I think for me, one thing is, like we've discussed a lot since morning. We've started this discussion. This is a compression, if I may use that word, a compression of all that we have discussed. Just trying to let us see why inclusive agribusiness is actually is core, especially when we talk about what is going on in Africa with smallholder business and all that. And we talk about enabling policy and infrastructure. And we know that policy is the role of government. That's why when I look into the room and I was asking, especially when we were introducing ourselves, and I was asking myself, are there government representatives here? Are there heads of governments, heads of ministries, heads of departments? Because at the end of the day, we are talking of inclusive agribusiness. So in a situation whereby they are excluded, I think we need to do more to really make sure that we engage them more closely, because a single policy from the government, a single wrong policy, if I may use that word, can truncate a lot of things. It can mess up the whole structure. And it's the reason why I think this diagram is talking about enabling policy. We want to talk about inclusive agribusiness, policy is key. And you look at business incentive and commitments, shareholder dialogue and partnership is very, very important. And I'm believing that if you have not done so, partnership will emerge from this gathering as well. And it has even started. And then you talk about finance and risk management. You see, we live in an age of risk. And when you talk about risk, the other speaker was saying something about security risk. I mean, in Nigeria, it's very prevalent now. You see a lot of farmers, even afraid to go to the farm because of kidnappers or all kinds of unknown gunmen or all that. So it's the risk. We need to look at that risk factor. Another major risk is the risk that has to do with climate change and extreme climate events. These are very key. And when we talk about inclusive agribusiness, we need to have a knowledge on how this could be mainstreamed into our discussion, especially as far as the food security is concerned. Because at the base of this whole thing is the issue of food security, sustainable food security. So, finance and risk management. And I'm glad that Dr. Sira, the last speaker, said quite a lot about how his bank is actually trying to provide finance. But you see, these risks are there. We cannot look away from them. We've had cases in some part of African country whereby farmers, they plant their thing, then the rain came, never stopped, and they resulted into flood, and everything washed away. In other climate, will be drought. And all those things we are seeing, they are just the manifestation of extreme climate events. And based on research and all the findings that we are doing in this space of climate change, we're still going to have more of that. So when we talk about inclusive agribusiness, a knowledge about climate change and how to manage it, I think is very critical. So I don't know if we have farmers here, if they'll be able to share with us how they've been able to manage climate risk in their enterprise or enterprises. That would be very important, because the issue of risk management should be an integral part of what we are discussing. And if you look at the other side of the graph, it's talking about public investment, private investment, public goods, private goods, and talking about public-private partnership. It is very integral. We cannot do away with it. So now, what I'm trying to do is, when we talk about education in trying to develop curriculum, all these are foundational. These are some of the things that we need to include in those curricula for those who are going to be participants or recipients of such education to be able to have this foundational knowledge about what they are getting into when we talk about inclusive agribusiness. And yeah, I think the top there is cutting off. Yeah. Okay, I think we can manage it. So I move to the other side, talking about this other one. What we try to, I'm trying to show here is an illustration, inclusive agribusiness, I wrote versus inclusive education. So I was asking myself when I was actually preparing for this to say that, can we really have holistic or an inclusive agribusiness if we don't have inclusive education? So education that is exclusive, that actually separates some group of people, maybe because of their background or because of what they have or what they do not have, then it's not complete. So this is a diagram from London School of Economics, and they put it out there to be able to say that, to show that they are embracing inclusive education, and there's an action plan. So this is the action plan, and it's very interesting. If you read some of the things they are saying there, that they want to enhance, starting from the top there, they want to enhance belonging, community, and educational experience. That is, you get into a space whereby you know that this place I'm operating from belongs to me. You have a sense of belonging. And I think that's very critical when we talk about inclusion. And the other one they say there that we hope to form a community of practice through a series of workshops focusing on, through a series of workshops like the one we are doing now. So, and it is true, if you go to some of those universities, they have workshops, they have series of seminars, things that, benefit people. So just to show that, and in most of these things, nobody is excluded. And they have, teaching the students in a way that will make you feel, belong. Academic mentoring is also very important. Higher education identity, inclusive pedagogy. Pedagogy is just talking about the curriculum, the practice, the nature of things that will be included in the teaching curriculum. Because there's a saying that if we decide to be doing what we are very familiar with, then we may not produce very outstanding, a good result. So it's good for us to engage in curriculum and enhancement, and in the area of decolonizing, because there was a time when, even now, you still have the issue of racism, in some of their schools and all that. So, and all they are trying to do by coming out with this kind of action plan, and one thing I see by going through it is that they are very intentional about what they are doing. And I'm also saying that we need to be intentional if we're really serious with issue of inclusion. Inclusion in every sphere of education. So inclusive education should be able to spawn, our understanding of inclusive agribusiness. I think they go together. So, but now that is in the UK. That is from the other side, from view from abroad. But if you come to this part of the world, you're going to see what is happening now. Whether, okay, now this is sub-Saharan Africa. You see the number of school enrollment rates in sub-Saharan Africa. You see that as you move down from primary education to secondary education and tertiary education, you see a decline. Now, as a matter of fact, this is from the World Bank. I don't know if you follow this guy on LinkedIn. Momo Bertrand is one of the young professionals, African guy, working with the World Bank. And he posted this, I think, a month or two ago, to be able to show that actually there is a crisis here. Because if you look at the primary education, there is that you already go to primary school. But getting to secondary education and tertiary education. Now, in an atmosphere like this, in this type of environment in Africa, how can we begin to talk about inclusivity? Inclusivity in the sense that we look at it from an agricultural, agribusiness perspective. A situation where some people are excluded, maybe not intentionally, not that maybe they don't want to go to school, but because there are facilities and other things that are not available or accessible by them, and then they are deprived. You see? So I think this should actually broaden our mind to be able to say that how can we begin to tackle this whole thing? This is in sub-Saharan Africa. And don't forget, I think Nigeria and some other countries that are represented here today are part of sub-Saharan Africa, if I'm correct. So this is what we are grappling with, you see. And we want to, it's a need for us to have actually inclusive education. Okay, now when we now talk about funding for inclusive agribusiness, now go back to some countries and see what like, I don't know if you can see the color very well. Yeah, and you see the continent that is a bit on the low side. You all know the continent? It's our continent. So funding education for inclusive agribusiness. So I think for me it is very critical that statement is saying the efficiency of government education spending on primary and secondary education is lowest in Africa between 2010 and 2018. So 2018 was just like 5 years ago. I wouldn't know whether there could be any significant increase or increases now in terms of funding. So these things are very, very important. Oh, thank you so much. I think it's brighter. Yeah. Correct. So you see what is happening there. I'm trying to get your pointer. No, I can't get it. Okay, now. So you see what is happening there, the primary of the. And then I look at it, I was asking myself, why is it that they don't include tertiary there? So maybe you just, I don't know, maybe for Africa it's too low. They decide to remove it. So, but this is the situation that we are grappling with. Now, here is the challenge. If we are saying that, I'm happy that I'm coming on the perspective of from the angle of the institute. Oh, thank you. Just press for the reference. Oh, great. So now, the institute, one of the things that our institute is gifted with is in terms of human resources. I mean, the Institute of Agribusiness Management and Nigeria. We have human resources. I mean, a lot of highly professional individuals that are part of our institute. But don't you know that there could be constraints? The constraint is that if there are no funding, either from government or developmental agency, to partner with the institute to make what we are working on in terms of developing inclusive agribusiness in Africa possible. So there is need for synergy. It is so critical. In the light of all the data and all this graph and everything that we are seeing. And, great. So now this other picture is just trying to look at some of the strategies. What are some of those strategies for integrating inclusive agribusiness into academic curriculum? And I like what James Dean said. He said curriculum integration facilitates the pursuit of new knowledge and meaning by transcending the discipline of knowledge rather than abandoning it. Now, the fact that you don't understand something, should you abandon that? It doesn't make sense. So you just have to really try to see what are the impediments, what are the constraints. And he is saying that, what are some of those strategies? This diagram is showing us the picture is showing us that there should be a well-defined area of intersection in content area of mutual interest for possible integration. So now, as we approach the inclusive agribusiness, are there area of intersection from the existing body of knowledge? And how can we leverage from the existing body of knowledge also in terms of what some of the community of practice, I mean, because the caliber of people we have in this room today, what I can call, we are a community of practice, a COP, a community of people who are actually functioning in similar area of interest, whether it is in the area of research, in the area of business, or in other areas, development and all that. So there should be there should be clear parameters of performance and agreed upon expectation. Now, there should be deliverables in the way, so what are those expectations? Just like the two-scale director Maxwell was saying the other time about how they've been working with communities. So they don't just go there, there are expectations, there are deliverables, there are things that are expected from the people they are working with. So the clear and concise language that does not contain disciplinary jargon. Now, I have an experience in this. At the time I was teaching agricultural marketing at the University of Fort Hare in South Africa, and I discovered that at that time, most of the local students, because University of Fort Hare is a local black university, you know, like the other school I went to, which is actually predominantly historically white, which is University of Cape Town. So I have a taste of both. The predominantly black school and the predominantly white school. Now, in the predominantly black school, which is the University of Fort Hare, what happened, I teach there the agricultural marketing, I see that they were filling the simple question. Then the HOD now said, look, I will give you one of the locals who can be explaining what you are saying to them in tutorial classes, in their languages. Whether it is Zulu, whether it's Xhosa, whether it is, you know. And, well, the guy took up the tutorial, I will come to the class, teach them, and believe me sincerely, this is a private experience to me. The marks were broke. Because some of the students were being taught, after I have taught them in my own normal English, whatever, in the evening they gather for tutorial, especially when we have about a day or 2 days to test, to our test for exam. This guy will come and break it down in their language. I was shocked when the mark jumped up. So what we are saying is that now, for inclusive, in trying to design a curriculum for inclusive agribusiness, I like an approach I call, there should be a meeting point, a kind of synergy between a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach, whereby you educate people in their native language. Let them understand what is happening. It is so critical, because I experienced it firsthand, you know, as a lecturer there, teaching those students the language, they were failing. Until they should say, let them play with their own language, and the marks jumped up. So critical. So now, we need to also make certain things graphic. I mean, optics is power. When you are teaching some of these things in kind of an inclusive agribusiness academic curriculum, make it real. It enhances sharing of ideas with colleagues and all that. Let it be something that not only that they can perceive, it's almost tangible, things they can touch. It becomes real, and it becomes part of them. It's so critical. And then there should be common and agreed upon ways of assessing students. You understand? I mean, some part of the world of Africa I don't want to mention. It's like some lecturer just go to the class with the aim of failing the students. You understand? I mean, A is for God, B is for God. You get what I'm saying? It's like you don't walk into class and
that is in those days.
No, okay, professor is talking. All faith is in those days.
I'm not defending in those days, that is not now.
Okay, things are changing.
In those days, you have the brilliant students.
Great.
Now you have the mediocres who doesn't want to do anything.
Okay.
I'm not joking. You see, in our days, when you have B, you are a champion. I'm not joking. You work hard, and the lecturer will tell you what you want to write. You can't get more than 60.
Great.
A lecturer told me at my master's class. But when I became a lecturer, you find students are not doing anything. You are pushing. And what made the whole thing was that the parents does not help. They take them to special center. I never visited any special center. You work for everything. Now the student has A's and is failing. You wonder where did they get the A from?
That's a very profound. It's a very profound statement from Prof. Actually. So yeah, I mean, there are another thing we also have to know is that in this age and time, there are different ways people learn. You understand? Like for instance, I have a son. I have someone who is like somebody I mentor, like a son to me, who actually decided to do his university education online. You understand? And he's doing well, and it's, you know, whether it's from, I mean, the idea of 4 wall of classroom is gradually collapsing. You understand? So people are going virtual, people are, you know, so there are quite a lot of things that we need to inculcate and incorporate in the inclusive agribusiness. It's so critical. And also, we also need to provide administrative support. In most of our universities, the administrative support is either not there or it is so little. Whereby, because you see, like there are, in fact, most people need to know that there are special students. Special students in the sense that some people find it difficult, not because they are duller. You know, I have a case of someone who is a friend to me, said he was failing in his university, not because he's not good when it comes to speaking English but whenever it's exam time, he won't be able to write. So he was just having carry over, until somebody now recommended that he approaches a therapist. And through the support of his uncle and all that, they were able to, then he managed to graduate. So if that guy composes English, you'll be thinking that, wow, but how come you were failing? Anytime there is an exam, he will just be jittering. So now we need to identify those kind of students, especially that there should be administrative support for those kind of things. So, and I think for me, everything has to be, because don't forget, we are talking about inclusion. So those kind of special needs students, we need to identify them and see how support could be given to them. It is so important. I made a promise to you that I'm actually not going to waste your time, but this thing is not going again. Okay, so this is pretty much the last slide. I don't know if you can see it. I said towards an inclusive agribusiness education ecosystem. So it has to be an ecosystem. You know, because I started this presentation by saying that we need to view agribusiness as a system. And you see, in a system, sometimes it has a closed loop. It just revolves around. And that's what you see here in this diagram. And you see the value return on the education, you see knowledge, funding comes in, and there you see enhancement, then you see support. Then inclusive agribusiness education ecosystem is formed. It is like enclosed in a kind of a cycle, whereby it has a closed loop. And the conversation needs to revolve around this. And we need to have a curriculum that can embrace this. And we cannot do this in isolation. And you know, like a lot of things happen, things appear differently. When we incorporate practical knowledge on the field, and we incorporate with the theoretical knowledge, and then couple everything together, I think for me that is what can deliver the inclusive agribusiness of the future. That is what this particular picture, the picture is trying to depict for us. To be able to say that it was a system, because agribusiness is construed as a system, and we all agree to that. So if that is the way, so now the education, the ways by which the knowledge is communicated to the people must be construed in a loop, whereby it continues on and on like that, in cycle, it rotates like that, so that we can achieve this, which is inclusive agribusiness education. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Steve. Thank you for making that short and succinct. You helped me to save a few more minutes. I appreciate it. A round of applause for Dr. Orowolu once again. All right, so I'll take the Q&As now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought it's only when we talked about money that we have this much questions.
Mommy, you still have a question, bro?
Yes.
All right, so let's be very brief.
Okay.
Good day. Well, mine is it's not much of a question, but the educational system has evolved. Yeah. And I think for us to be focusing on just schools as a means to transfer knowledge is faulty. Exactly. And that's why when you were speaking and you showed the diagram of schools drop out Africa, blah, 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 you showed 10% in, I was agitated because I know that it's not just through the university that you can transfer education. Yeah. You can transfer education through radio programs. Yeah. I learned how to blend fertilizer without going through the 4 walls of a university. Correct. So, and I work with smallholder farmers. Some of them, they are talented, but they can't speak English. And you can't tell them to go back to classroom. Somebody that is earning like maybe 4 million, 5 million monthly and tell him that you want to teach him inclusive agribusiness, that he should go back and no. So I think that we should have a way of, we should think of innovative ways of teaching or reaching out to people, not just through the walls of a university.
Yeah, thank you. I think before I take the next question, let me just quickly address that. 1 minute talk. As we have inclusive agribusiness, we also have inclusive education. And part of the thing the Federal Ministry of Education is doing currently is what we call National Skill Qualification Framework, NSQF. NSQF is, if you are familiar with the UK and South African educational system, they have the skill qualification framework, which is an alternative approach to qualification, to certification. So you have the level 1, level 2, level 3 to level 7. If you have level 6, it's equivalent to degree. If you have level 7, it's equivalent to master's. But you've not been to the 4 walls of a university, but all of your experiences as a practitioner are captured together and assessed and benchmarked with the NSQF frameworks. So just recently, we, in collaboration with the MBT, established Nigerian College of Agribusiness. You can see the banner there. Yeah, the Nigerian College of Agribusiness is revolved basically around the NSQF framework. It is to capture farmers. It is to capture technicians. It is to capture processors, guys that have all of the experiences in the world, but do not have those sheet of papers that we call certificates, degrees. So they come into the NSQF framework. We assess their experiences. It might just be in greenhouse farming, for example, and the guy has 15 years experiences in greenhouse farming. That alone, if it's benchmarked, is equivalent to OND crop production. Exactly. So by the time it goes through the assessment process and we are able to validate the experience and benchmark it with the NSQF framework for level 3 certification in greenhouse farming, the guy gets his level 3 certificate in greenhouse farming. So that is a validation of his competence. However, he has not been to the 4 walls of a university. So because they also did researches and discovered that we had a lot of people outside the conventional school system. So if we want to drive inclusivity, because inclusivity is not also peculiar to agribusiness alone. Inclusivity cut across everything. So I can assure you that in education, we are now driving inclusivity by ensuring that you don't have to even go to the 4 walls of a university. Your experiences that you've gathered across, over time, across different sectors can be captured and validated. You get it now? Doc, I'm still going to go back to, I just want to drop that before we move on.
My question is on one of the charts that was shared on the screen on inclusive agribusiness education. Okay. The one on the World Bank chart.
Is it okay?
So I wanted to be clear, is that for education in general or for agribusiness education?
It's for education in general.
Okay, because I saw the heading was saying...
it was for education in general.
Thank you. Next question. Prof.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for that information, because that was where my question was standing. Because I put here tertiary education, the agribusiness in colleges of education, in some university, like Imai University, Federal University of Yekiti, you can have masters in agribusiness. It was approved by our Senate. So people in agri-extension. And and that leads me to my question. I wanted to ask through scale, whether they can do extension classes for all their clusters for agribusiness, in which I am included. Then I wanted to ask your institution, is it possible to do online? Because for somebody like me, I'm too busy in research to go back to the 4 walls of the university. When one of the professors in agric learned what I was doing with agric, he said, yeah, you come back and do masters, so because I don't have time. So I want to ask your institution. Thank you very much.
It just captures everything. So for example, I am the program coordinator for the PhD and MBA agribusiness programs at Leeds City University, and all our lectures are online. Then our students go to the field for international study tours and local study tours, where they put those learning in practical perspective. So within the comfort of your home, we have a few of our students here. Shola is here, one of our graduates, and our PhD students, we had about 3 or 4 of them in the room earlier today, earning their doctorate in agribusiness, international agribusiness, not just agribusiness, international agribusiness. and classes are online, then you go to the field for your practicals. Yeah, so that is also inclusivity. You know, yeah. Then the two-scale angle. Okay. Maxwell will take that later. Yeah. 30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. It's we are very, very impressed to have you, especially you around in respect of this one. Now, government was doing this the past 4 years. They are trying to bring together all the stakeholders in agriculture, all right, in different commodities. In other words, in each of these commodities, for instance, wheat or onion or whichever one, you will have farmers, Nigeria Association of Farmers, Processors, Marketers Association of Nigeria. So all the stakeholders. We did not stop there. Then we now have WhatsApp groups where we have all of us. But unfortunately, we usually have this problem of communication because quite a number of our people, the farmers, are from the north. All right? I am from the southwest. I'm a marketer. So a lot of occasions, they might not be able to speak the language, the English, and I don't understand Hausa. So a lot of occasions, we usually have this problem. So is there any way you can help us out to intervention, please? We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And also back to the NSQF framework, the National Skill Qualification Framework. Assessments are done in major Nigerian languages. So if you have someone from the north that speaks Hausa and has not spoken English before, ever, can still be assessed and benchmarked with his experience, and then in local language, all of the processes will be localized, and then he will get certification. So yeah, it's inclusive also because we are moving just away from English. All of the major Nigerian languages are captured in the assessments, so that farmers and everyone that is involved in one thing or the other in agriculture can be able to have their experiences benchmarked with the National Skill Qualification Framework. You know, and they can get reward for that. Yeah. That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that presentation. For the first and the second presenters, or for the presentations, I see the game change. The first presenter and the second, I see the game changers, the players that could be able to make some changes to some of the issues they raised. But thank God the third presenter made the observation at the beginning that about policymakers. So my own is a question and also a food of thoughts. From this classroom now, how do we push these ideas up to those policymakers to be able to make that change?
Okay, I'll leave that for the.
Thank you. You know, while the presentations were going, I'm just thinking, how can we use this concept to drive innovative agriculture? Because of course, Nigeria is, if you go to some countries, you come back, you feel like to cry. You know, so how can we use all of this, you know, and drive innovative agriculture so we can end this idea of holes and mini hand tools and cutlasses? How can we drive?
Sorry, rephrase the question again.
How can we use our knowledge of agribusiness to deepen conversations around innovations in agribusiness? How can we innovate more?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you said. Final questions?
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Like we talked about the issue of policymaker, how we can begin to engage them, right? The thing is that there are actually institutions, existing institutions, that most of the time we don't make use of them. And I think we need to begin to sensitize our people within the community of practice about those existing institutions. For instance, I know that the National Assembly, where I'm currently doing a project with them at the National Assembly here in Nigeria, they have some of those people representing the people, like your representative, your senators. They have committees there is agri-business committee, there is education committee, there is all this kind of committee. And you know what they do? They are open to accepting information from the public that can help to shape policy. But most of the time, what you have is that people feel that, oh, it's too difficult to assess them and don't do this and all that. But the good thing is, you can leverage an institute like this to be able to reach out to those people. You understand? To package all those things, and because through the institute was, of course, licensed by the government. So if an individual cannot approach them as to actually say, okay, this area is needed in the work we do, how can we incorporate it? So it's one of the things I think that the institute can take up to begin to engagement with policymakers. And honestly, it is not difficult, because most of the time when you are close to politicians, they also want ideas. It's just that some of us have this kind of mindset about them that they are corrupt, they are not this and all that. There are highly educated people amongst them. There are serious ones. You understand? So we can leverage this kind of institute to reach out to and package them. That's one. Another thing again is that we can leverage the media as well. You know, you can make use of the media, whether it is social media or the conventional media. For instance, I would like to see a situation whereby the knowledge that have been generated in this room today can be condensed into a kind of a way whereby we can disseminate it. You understand? I would have even suggested, and I believe the program director is listening, I would have even suggested that next time when we have this kind of program, let us have a hashtag where we can tweet. I'm not sure if anybody is tweeting, you know, because these days the way we communicate is very easy now. You understand? So somebody was saying that there was a lady that was, last weekend, there was a lady that was cooking in Nigeria all through the weekend. And she was trending because the Twitter was agog with hashtag this and all that. Somebody said somebody has done this thing before. We didn't really hear much about her. How come this one trended so much and that one didn't trend? That's the power of social media. So some of the information that have been disseminated today could have been tweeted. And also even post-event, through the 2Scale and all the other partners involved in the room, we can package them, you know, and send to credible bloggers who can actually disseminate the information, and you never knew who is reading. That's how powerful the social media is. You don't know. The president of your country may be reading. And that thing that he's reading will be say, wow, these guys are making point, and they will make a note. So that is how to effect positive change. And then the other question you were asking about, sorry, I don't know. Okay. About innovation in agribusiness. Is that your question? So how we can become more innovative, or more proactive. Yeah, it has started. I mean, this is one of the things. And I like what one of the speakers said, that the way we think about innovation at times, we think of innovation in terms of the physical product or the physical thing this can do in tech and all that. You know, this is a form of innovation. As a matter of fact, the partnership between the 2Scale and the institute is a form of innovation. It's actually very innovative, because these are two big platforms that form synergy together, and we can do so much. So we can start by through partnership. Innovation can come as a result of partnership. You see, another way is just by also getting involved, site visits, you know, and we can, because like I know that in the institute we've done a couple of traveling, whereby we announced to our members, okay, we are going to Netherlands to go and learn about XYZ value chain. What are we going to pick there? You're going to see some of the innovations they've done over there, and then we can bring some of those things home. We've done a couple of visits like that and traveling like that in institute. So you can leverage from what is existing, and then see how you can replicate that in your own domain, in your own vicinity. So I think we need to also be very creative. You understand? So, and also when you look across the value chain itself is very big. You know, one of the key secrets to innovation is to be focused and intentional. You may not be able to conquer the entire value chain, to be able to say, I want to do XYZ within the value chain. Focus on an area and be innovative with it. It might be in the area of processing. It might be in the area of marketing. It might be in the area of the input segment of the value chain. And then you are focused and you are intentional with what you want to do. And that's innovation can come from there. think we're good.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Arowolo. A round of applause to our third speaker. Okay. All right, so I think what we have now is the MOU signing session with the Institute of Agribusiness Management Nigeria and the To-Scale program. So let me invite Emmanuel to okay, all right. So I'm going to invite the program director for To-Scale, that is Marina Diboma, and myself, interestingly. Let's put hands together. Okay, so the MOU is basically a working document for this Inclusive Agribusiness Club program between the Institute of Agribusiness Management Nigeria and International Fertilizer Development Center on behalf of the To-Scale Program Consortium.
On behalf of our To-Scale Consortium organizations, IFDC, SNV, the BOP Innovation Center, I am very proud of this collaboration we have kicked off. I think being an African born myself, even also having spent more than half of my life in the Netherlands, I always wanted to be part of the transformation of the African continent. So I'm even double proud to be part of this process. And I believe that knowledge is power. If the African continent and Nigeria in particular is going to develop, and growth should come through its own people. And that's what we stand for as To-Scale, a program led by Africans for African, by Africans. So I really think that's, we prepare the future today. And with all the knowledge produced, it's important to transfer that knowledge from generation to generation. And I hope that we'll all live long to see the transformation of agriculture becoming more inclusive in Africa and Nigeria in general. I'm very happy for this collaboration with the Institute of Agribusiness and Management of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, before we have the photo session, I also would want to say that we are delighted to be part of this arrangement. Of course, as an institute, our mandate is capacity development, knowledge building, and we are so glad to be able to take the message of Inclusive Agribusiness Club down to the nooks and crannies of the Nigerian agricultural sector. And all of the works that TwoScale have done on the TwoScale 2, TwoScale 1, we can capture all of these when we see this information, this knowledge transforming the lives of rural farmers, helping them to scale up their performance, helping them to scale up their capacity, such that looking back 5-10 years from now, and you see farmers and agribusiness practitioners that have been transformed by the information provided to them through this initiative, you can hold your head high and be proud of TwoScale, be proud of IEMN, and be proud of all of the things we've been able to do together. Thank you so much, Marina. All right, I think today I'm doing so many things, the registrar, the MC, and quite a number of things. And it's so glad to have this Inclusive Agribusiness Club finally vetted today. And we hope that we can continue in this spirit and take the message of inclusive agribusiness down to the nooks and crannies of the sector, and hopefully see some transformation in our agricultural sector in the nearest future. So thank you very much. Yeah, so on behalf of myself, the president of the institute, and some of the team members that we have here, and also on behalf of the TwoScale team, led by Maxwell, the country team lead, I want to sincerely appreciate every one of us that have made out time to be with us today. I hope it's been worthy of your time, and I hope we've taken some interesting information from here. Very shortly, we're going to be having the lunch session. We also want us to network. We also want us to discuss more about inclusive agribusiness. And going away from here, we are going to assume that every one of us here are members of the Inclusive Agribusiness Club, the inaugural members. So you'll be getting information from us in this directive, and we are hoping that in a very short while, we will converge again for yet another session, and yet another session, and yet another session, until we get to the point where inclusive agribusiness would be the benchmark of practice in Nigeria. And hopefully you can take the message across the continent also, and inspire inclusivity across value chain operations in Africa. Okay, so we're going to have photo sessions also. Should we do it before the lunch, or let's do it before the lunch? You get rowdy with lunch, so let's have photo session, and then we can close officially. Thank you very much, everyone. A round of applause for yourselves. Photo session.
All right. So 2 KPMT, please. And the CTL. No, yes. Okay. So please, can we all move forward so that we can take the group photo together at once? Yes. Please, let's move forward, please.
But it's gender inclusive. When we say inclusive, we say agribusiness club. Inclusive agribusiness club. Inclusive agribusiness club. So please don't forget to register. This one is automatic registration. This one is automatic registration. Sorry?
Talk about that registration.
Registration process, please.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Please, information for the lunch, please. We have lunch for everyone downstairs. We can continue the networking from there. And before you can access the restaurant, you need your lunch ticket. So please, she's carrying the lunch ticket. She's carrying the lunch ticket. Please get one as you go out. Thank you.
Please, I can register. Okay.
Please. Hello.
Okay, so
Please,
become,
if you want to be
become
a member,
okay, the director of membership is here. So let him just talk to that.
You want to be a member of the Institute of Agribusiness Nigeria, we'll work with the attendants and send you the introduction mail.